Any more 11, 12 boys? First wave, come to the start line.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup. We're just about 10 minutes away from kicking off our racing activity for the day. We're going to start that off with the Fast and Furious Junior Boys 11 to 12 group, who are now amassed at the starting line. Wave right after that behind them will be the Cat 1 Girls 15 to 16. Wave after them will be the Junior Girls 13 to 14. And then at 8:38, Cat 1 Women 17 and 18. And a few more categories to roll right after them. So, stand by. We've got another awesome day of racing out here. Hope the rain holds off and is able to stay at bay so we don't have a muddy course. We're going to have a little bit of a dusty course, I think the riders would probably enjoy. But nonetheless, it's going to be some great racing on a little different course than we've run yesterday. These athletes getting to tackle different aspects and different parts of the Velocity bike course here. Excited to show that off. And our job, well, we'll do the best we can to keep track of all the hot racing action out there on the course. We're going to have multiple categories out there and cameras taking it in from all angles. But our USA Cycling officials hard at work now getting everybody ready to stage. And we'll call up this next group here as soon as this first group rolls off the line. So our order of activities this morning with this first wave is we'll get this junior boy 11-12 race out on course, and then we will do call-ups for the 15-16. That's 36 riders. As soon as all those young ladies are called up and stacked on the line, we will call the junior girls 13-14 right behind them. 12 riders in that group. So stand by, await those call-ups. And we will get everybody to racing here in just a little bit. Big day of racing here, not just in Southern California, around the world. We got this race, of course, going on after 2 days of pro elite U23 level racing. Tour of Redlands wrapping up just a few miles from here. Already got my spoiler alert on Paris-Roubaix, so don't anybody look too far ahead on that. Final round of the Masters today, so great day of sports, but this is going to be where all the eyes are focused, right here at Velocity Bike Park in Temecula. Tell your family and friends, folks, they can tune in on InsiderMTB.com and see all the action live as it's happening. And, of course, after the fact, too. It'll be stored there on their YouTube page. You can always go back and check it out.
11, 12 girls, please raise your hands. 11, 12 girls. Any 11, 12 girls or parents here?
Now just about inside 5 minutes to start our first wave. Junior boys 11 to 12. Inside 5 minutes. Final preparations for our junior boys being made. They took on that handful of Skittles just before, roll into the start line, get that sugar level up. I know a lot of these guys were tossing and turning last night thinking about the race. They've already pre-ridden the course, and they are eager to tackle what we got going on here today at round 2. Orange Seal Pro Cup here at Vail Bike Park. Super fun course in store for these young men. Future of the sport in very, very good hands, and we want to see this category grow up for sure. Clear the runway. This is going to be like jets taking off an aircraft carrier here in just a couple minutes. You thought yesterday was a fast start. These young men about to blow doors on that. We are inside 2 minutes and under starters orders for our junior boys, 11 and 12. Good morning.
Okay. 1 minute until the start. 1 minute. If there is any more 11, 12 boys out there, come to the front. 1 minute until your start.
Yeah, Brendo asked me switch, so I'm on the low one. He's going to be on the high camera.
30 seconds. 30 seconds until the start.
You guys doing like altitude difference or what? Yeah, I'm staying under 200 and he's above 300. Adding flight control to my resume.
15. Race will start with whistle.
All right, we're back to racing. Day 3 of 3, 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vailocity Bike Park. The action-packed start of our junior boys 11 to 12 heading out on course. At this time, we're going to start call-ups for our Cat 1 girls 15-16, starting with Racing for Bear National, Anna Morzowicz. For Roller National, Zoe Leclerc. Gravity Academy's Alexandria Pasowicz. For Accel Cycling, Annabelle Sackett. For Competitive Edge Racing, it's Abby Cole. For Team Booger, Annika Burns. For Racing for Tribe, Anna Strife. For Competitive Edge Racing, Lily Cole. For Racing for Durango Devo, June Bremner. For Atlas Racing, Harley Dieters. For Bear National, Ava Silva. Also racing for Bear National, Leah Morzowicz. For Bear National, Elsie Linton. Let's see, Kinley Griffith. Melissa Abbott. Amelia Conkle. Krista Abbott. Bailey Brown. Addison Green. Grace Watkins. Pepper Smith. Mia Trioni. Maggie Daly. Hannah Kirsch. Willa Cromwell. Paisley Smith. Ariel Edens. Elia Garrell. Zara Hoosh. Hannah Frank. Eva Komar. Olive Markman. Sophia Salazar. Casey Haynes. And Eva Klessner. Turn it over to officials for pre-race announcements.
Riders, you have 2 minutes till your start. You'll be given You'll be given 1 minute, 30 second, 15-second warnings. Your race will start with whistle. Your race is 2 laps. 2 laps. So the cutoff time for the course to complete your first lap is 9:50. 9:50. All riders will finish with the leader. Good luck.
But I mean, what could I do?
1 minute until the start. 1 minute.
Munar, do we know where they're at? No, we don't have feed on anybody, but we're just gonna cover this start too.
Thirty seconds. 30 seconds until the start. Race will start with whistle.
All right, back to racing here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, the start of our Junior Girl 15-16 competition this weekend. Now we'll do our call-ups for our Junior Girls 13-14.
Welcome to the line, please, ladies. Racing for Tribe, Emma Watkins. Racing for Thaden School, Alyssa Stevens. Racing for Slade Development Team, Aspen Rivallo. Racing for Slade Development Team, Adele Weiner. Racing for Wild Rockies, Pepper Spangenberg. Racing for Team Booger, Anika Crum. Racing for Beyond Racing, Greta Donaldson. Willow Sonnenberg Hennings. Ariel Saulnier. Racing for Arctic Bicycle Club, Juliana Schmucki. Emerson Ross, and Ellie Hinkson. Now turn you over to your USA Cycling officials for your final pre-race instructions.
Riders, you have 2 minutes until your start. You'll be given 1 minute, 30 second, 15-second warnings. Your race will start with whistle. Your race is 2 laps. And all riders will finish in the leader's lap. Horse cutoff time is 9:50 for 1 lap. So 1 hour for 1 lap. One minute until your start. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. 30 seconds until the start. Race will start with whistle.
A nice fast launch there for our junior girls 13-14. That means our next wave of riders to the line, please, will be Cat 1 women 17-18 to the line. Cat 1 women 17 and 18 to the line.
Or connect to your phone's hotspot or something like that, you know? Update.
All right, now we're happy to welcome to the line, please, the Cat 1 women 19 to 29, Cat 1 women 30 to 39, and Cat 1 women 40 to 49. Please roll to the line for your start time.
That might have been her. That's her.
30 seconds until the start. Race will start with whistle.
Good luck, ladies. Have fun out there. We're now excited to welcome to the line our 842 wave of racers. This will be our Cat 2 girls, 15 to 16. Cat 2 women, 17 to 18. Cat 2 women, 19 to 29. And Cat 2 women, 40 to 49. To the line. Your start time is imminent, and you are now under starters' orders.
Yeah, it's just 4.
Riders, you have 1 minute until your start. You'll be given 30-second, 15-second warnings. Your race will start with whistle. You're doing 2 laps. All riders will finish with the leader's lap. Course close time is 9:50. So 9:50, you're going to close the course. So you need to start your second lap before 9:50. And that is 1 hour, 5 minutes. 30 seconds until the start, 30 seconds. Race will start with whistle.
Yeah, there's a lot of like.
Let me know before next one starts so I can grab it.
Like, right now.
All right, good luck, ladies. Have fun out there. Be safe. Go get them. All right, now excited to welcome our next wave of racers, the X845 group. The following groups can now roll to the line. Cat 3 men, 15 to 18. Cat 3 men, 40 to 49. Cat 3 men, 50 to 59. And Cat 3 men, 60 plus, please, to the line.
Riders, you have about 1 minute until your start. You'll be given 30-second, 15-second warnings. Your race will start with whistle. Your race is 2 laps. Course close is 9:50. So that's about 1 hour to complete your first lap. Thirty seconds until your start. 30 seconds. Race will start with whistle.
And they are off. Good luck, gentlemen. Have fun. Be safe out there. And let's now please call to the line our final wave of this morning round of categories. That'll be the Cat 3 women 15 to 18 and the junior girls 11 and 12. Ladies, good luck. You are under starters' orders.
All right, all races now underway in our morning wave racing day 3 of 3, 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park, and that is what is going to be on full display today as we've got several races now underway. Thanks for tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. We'll do our best to pick out who's who and who's doing what. As on course now is our junior boys 11-12 as well as our junior girls 15-16 and junior girls 13-14, both of those part of our USXC Open Series.
We got 17 races out on the course right now. 17 different categories of racers of all ages and groups, all tackling this Orange Seal Pro Cup course here at Vail Bike Course. I got one more day in me, brother. You good?
Yeah, Jim, welcome back. My name is Brendan Pack, with me in the booth again for day 3. Mr. Jim Miller, excited to be here calling the race action. What's already been an incredible 2 days of racing, from short track to a full day of UCI Olympic-style cross-country yesterday for our elites and our junior 17-18s as well as our U23 athletes. Today, well, it's a full day of amateur racing, Jim.
Amateurs got to get their crack at this course, man. It's too much fun not to.
Well, we talked about that. That's the beauty of this event, is here we are tying a bow on what has been, again, incredible 2 days of racing. Now I expect the same today. Pretty similar conditions. You know, the rain's been in the forecast a little bit. We haven't seen any of that at the venue. So right now I'm going to expect these course conditions to be pretty much what we've seen all week so far. Dry, dusty, loose, and a new course. What you're seeing today is significantly different from the race yesterday in the Olympic-style cross-country competition. Today's course much bigger, a lot more elevation. A little tamer, though, I guess, when you look at elevation per mile. So looking at the course profile here, each and every time around is going to be 6.4 miles and right at about 600 and we'll call it 40 feet. So right at about 100 feet per mile in elevation gained. Pretty big course. Most of these racers out here are going to be doing 2 full laps, though. So big race, lots of racing as we get a look there on our screen of some of our athletes, like they are junior girls 15-16 category race. Looking back at results from round 1 in Fayetteville a few weeks ago for our 15-16 girls, it was Anna Morswich with Bear National taking the win. Zoe Leclerc with Roller National Team in second. Alexandria Pasowicz with the Gravity Academy in third. Harley Dieters in fourth. For the Miller School, it was Evan Paget Waller rounding out your top 5 for your junior girl 15-16. For our junior girls 13-14, also part of the USXC Open Series, taking the win was Emma Watkins with Tribe. Adele Weiner with Slay Development in second, and Carly Freymiller with Northworks in third.
Different parts of this course being tacked onto amateurs route today, and still all very spectator friendly. You can get up close and personal with this course, and we even got a different view of them now as they're coming across this ridge line that's at the opposite end, or the other side of the expo area here. So you can see the riders snake their way down that little single track section there. I gotta guess that's probably one of the more fun elements of the course, is riders, if anything, love those flowy single track sections.
Yeah, Jim, we looked up at the start of those races as another race was underway, and I think we caught our junior girls 15-16 making their way across that ridge line, and they were just single file. What an incredible shot that was to see them working their way across. A little bit about where we're at. If you're just now tuning in for the first time this weekend, we're at Vail Bike Park, part of the Vail Lake Resort, home to the bike park, and the Temecula KOA Resort, premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. Over 50 miles of trails for every type of rider. You know, that really what allows this event to happen. The fact that, on Friday we had a full day of short track racing. We saw a lot of the athletes on course now. We saw them Friday during the short track competition. Then yesterday, a full day of elite level racing, truly the who's who of the sport of professional mountain biking. And then today we get to tie a bow on incredible 3 days of racing here in the high deserts of Southern California with our amateurs as well as our 15, 16, and 13, 14 age group categories that are part of the USXC Open Series.
5 rounds in that series, and I know riders from all over the country have shown up already here for round 2, so that tells me that's going to be a sign of things to come for the remaining 3 rounds. Next round being in Virginia, come back out to the West Coast and Washington, and then end it all up in Utah. And riders all vying for that glory of becoming that season series champion. Saw a great race yesterday in the U23. Well, all races yesterday were great. It seemed like each one was better than the one before, but just some really compelling racing, and I think we're going to see the exact same thing out of our amateurs here today.
I think we're getting a shot there on our screen of our junior boys 11-12, and then this could be the pointy end of our 15-16 age group race for our women here. Let's get a shot now of our junior boys now. Look at that.
All right, junior men, 11-12. You will have 1 to go. This group of 3 will have 1 to go.
This is the leaders of our junior men 11-12 coming through here. Already made a quick work of 1 lap. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Leading the way there was Dash Pridge with KRT Cycling, followed by, who do we have? Owen Morswich with Durango Devo, and Oliver Weiner with Team Booger. So that's your lead group of 3 for our junior boys 11-12.
Tight race there for those young men. Let's see how that one plays out. They've been out there already about 25 minutes, so those guys just absolutely getting after it. Love to see that for the younger crowd.
Yeah, selections have been made now. Got that lead group of 3 as more athletes start to make their way through. Dylan McCollum with Accel Cycling giving chase. Young athlete there getting a hand up. Just takes a drink. Already so pro at 11 years old.
Come on, man. What else would you expect? I saw umbrellas on the start line here. These guys completely pro'd out.
A look here at the leaders of here are 13, 14, or 15, 16 junior women.
I do truly hope you're enjoying this great coverage provided by InsiderMTB.com. This crew has been hard at work all weekend long, all before the week even got here, getting everything set up, getting these camera positions dialed in. And if you've got a racer that you want to shout out or give a little love to, send us a note, drop a note, maybe make a donation to the cause here, and we can give your favorite racer a shout out, because this coverage is not easy to bring to you, and this big old production rig needs gas. They got to get it up to Sea Otter and around to the rest of the rounds of the USXC Cup here, and make sure that we keep this great coverage coming to you. So if you like what you see, let us know, because we're sure having fun bringing to you these great images of all the racers all throughout these last 3 days.
That's right. Donations can be made at InsiderMTB.com. Jim, you're familiar with this venue. Obviously, yesterday, very intentional course design, almost like circuit racing, small course, 3.2 miles for our elites. They did a lot of laps. That is the format of Olympic style UCI racing. I'm a big fan of it. It's very spectator friendly, but today, much bigger course, right? Almost double in size and mileage, and features a lot more of, the trail system here, this 50-mile trail system at Vail Ossity Bike Park.
Yeah, we've been praising it all weekend long, and this now we get to show off even more of it. There's over 50 miles of trails here that they can link together in any configuration to make courses of all different lengths. And the amateurs today getting to explore probably the western or southwestern edge of the property and some of the trails over there. But all of it, fun, flowy, even really technical in spots. So. These young riders getting a taste of what real cross-country racing is like.
Yeah, we had a shot there at one of our junior women competition. It looked like one of our Bear National riders sitting in front, likely the Anna Morzowicz. Be able to pick some of these riders out here as they make their way around the course, and then, of course, as they come through, we'll get some time splits. As right now we got Malachi Gorell coming through the line, racing for Fundevo. Going out for another lap.
I know. I just went and put my jacket away, and now I'm like, oh, maybe.
Again, we're getting some shots of
Yeah. So you're like, okay.
the venues here, or the trail system here, as we got a group of riders working together. Again, like you said, what did you say? It was 15, 17 races happening at one time out here, and so a lot of race action happening all over the course.
I think there's going to be a lot of passing on your left being called out today. Riders spread out all over this course. Keep going, young man. Keep going. Head out. You got another lap.
No, they're...
Friday.
Like New Jersey? Got it. Climb. Into the bush.
Out there, the rider all out by themselves here. It looks like they're trying to latch back on to this group on this climb. Again, some incredible shots here of this high desert. Got some of our age group men out here as well. Mixing it up. A little cooler than it's been the rest of the weekend. High right now, it's 56 degrees. High of only 61. A slight breeze out of the southwest, just about 7 miles per hour. Wind a factor a little bit in the afternoons on Friday and Saturday, but we'll see what happens today. We know there is rain in the forecast, but we're hoping that these small mountain range and the large lake here keep everything at bay. This is a good race right here we're seeing this group of 5 working together.
It looks like some of these climbs are really pitchy, too. There were some really low cadence going on there, trying to get up some of the upper ridges of this course.
Yeah, I think that's either going to be the lead group of our 15-16 or 13-14. This is the group of our 15, 16-year-olds right there that we're seeing there, which is seeing that Bear National kit. Can't pick out bib numbers from this far in the sky, but likely, I'd guess could be young Anna Morswich, but we'll see. They make their way twisting and turning around this just extensive trails, 50 miles, Jim. I mean, you could do marathon mountain bike races out here.
Oh, most certainly, and they do. A lot of races, a lot of different the local race promoters and series run events out here. NICA and Team Big Bear all hosting events here.
Yeah, that was Leah Morswich right there with Bear National on the back of that group. So that is going to be the leaders of our 15-16 junior women. Doing 2 full laps here today. Great to see all the family and friends out here on course. As you mentioned, Jim, just very spectator-friendly venue, easy to get around and take advantage. Look at there's some of the intentionality that they put into this course to make it, up the technicality of it. Not a lot of rocks to be found in this high desert, so the trail builders here at Vail Bike Park, well, they saw that. They just brought some in, Jim. Yeah, and you can give these riders a real taste of what proper cross-country racing is like. Even though we don't have those, maybe have those features endemic to this land out here, they were able to bring them in, enhance the course, and be able to sharpen the skills of these racers as they are learning and growing through the early stages of their racing career. Now we saw this right here. This section of the course featured in yesterday's XCO competition. All right, big group of riders coming in right here. I think this is going to be the leaders of our junior girls 15-16. Big group coming through. It is Anna Morswich with Bear National leading the way. Zoe LeClaire, Alexander Pasowich, Ava Silva, and Leah Morswich in this group. Look at that. 3 Bear National riders mixed in with a lead group of 6. And more riders trying to latch on here as they come through the start-finish is Abby Cole, Annabelle Sackett, Lily Cole, and Annika Burns now giving chase. Going to round out our current top 10 in that junior girls 15-16 competition. Another Bear National mauling, just posting riders right at the front of the race and taking it over. They've been doing that all weekend long. As riders roll through the feed zone there and taking on board a little extra hydration. In that lead group of 6 was Anna Morswich, Zoe LeClaire, Alexandra Pasowich, Harley Dieters, Ava Silva, and Leah Morswich in our junior girls 15-16 competition. There's that lead group of 6 now. You got 3 of those Bear National team riders in the mix with Gravity Academy as well as Atlas Racing. And Roller, the who's who of youth development, the pointy end of professional mountain biking here in the United States. And Anna Morswich taking round 1 in Fayetteville. Going to repeat that and continue on with her early season success. of our tribe riders there coming through your screen. Oh, here's an attack now being made, coming around for a pass. Riders coming through the start-finish. That's Zara Kush, Maggie Daly, and Wesley Nave coming through. Still part of that junior girls 15-16 category race, going out with 1 to go. Decent side field there. There's almost 40 junior 15-16-year-olds.
Great to see those kind of numbers in that category.
And if you're tuned into the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. This is round 2 of the US XC Open Series presented by Village Farms. The US XC Open Series, a 5-round national series. It's going to crown 10 champions later this year. That's in Elite, U23, our Junior 17-18, our Junior 15-16, which are on the course right now, as well as our Junior 13 and 14 age group riders who are also on the course. The US XC Open featuring the country's top XC venues, like right here at Vail Ossity Bike Park. And Jim, up for over $80,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs on the season. From here, the series heads over to the East Coast to Virginia, bounces back to the West Coast to Washington, and then we tie a bow on what is the premier mountain bike series in the United States in Utah.
So great to see that kind of support being pushed into the sport by endemic and non-endemic brands, right? That just shows the reach, shows the power, shows the good fun that mountain biking is. It's a family weekend for sure at all these venues, and camping out and just enjoying the great racing experience with the family is great. And thank you to all those brands for supporting that.
All right, looks like Emerson Ross has come through. She's the current leader of our junior girls 13-14. Giving chase 14 seconds back is Emma Watkins. They made their way through the start-finish. We'll keep an eye on that. They've got 1 to go. AC Haynes coming through. Like we got a rider down here and off to the side, but that was in that. Looks like that's somebody from that lead group. So like a rider has gone down. She's off to the side though, setting up. Always good to see, but have to see if we can't see out of that group. We know that lead group of 6 was Anna Morzowicz, as well as Ava Silva and Leah Morzowicz with Bear National. That did look like a Bear National rider. Here we're getting looks like that lead group now. There's a shot of them. Lead group now down to 5, or looks like that might be coming back together a little bit, Jim.
There's some shedding going on there, but looks like those young ladies are going to be able to reattach to that group now as they're just nice, smoothly making their way through this, undulating climb and winding their way around the ridgeline here.
They're on their second of 2 laps, so it's the final lap in our junior girl 15-16 competition, over 6 miles per lap, so pretty decent sized race.
I know a number of them raced the short track on Friday, which is always good fun, and they've been camping and hanging out all weekend with their family. Took in the great UCI level race yesterday, and now get another chance here at the little longer format. So learning and growing and sharpening those technical skills on this really refined and meticulously well taken care of course here at Vail Ossity Bike Park.
A little separation here from our leaders in our junior girls 15-16 as one of our Bear National riders picking up the pace. We'll see if we can't get an eye of who is leading that race. Last time through, Anna Morzowicz, your defending champion, or the winner of round 1, in Fayetteville. She was in that lead group with Bear teammates Ava Silva and Leah Morzowicz, but we know one of those riders going down out of that group, and so keep an eye on that.
Especially on this type of surface we have here, loose dirt, loose dust, loose layer of dust across the top of the hard pack. You've got to keep a good eye on that front wheel. It can snap out from underneath you in a heartbeat.
Yeah, we talked about the trail conditions, how loose they are out here. So we get a shot of some riders. They come through the screen. Looking at our junior girls 13-14 as they came through top 5. Emerson Ross was leading the way Emma Watkins setting in second. Aspen Ravallo third. Annika Crum in fourth. And Pepper Spangenberg round out the top 5 for our junior girl 13-14 currently out on course. They've got 1 lap to go as well. And look, this has come back together now. We do have a lead group of 5, but you get an idea of leaders here. 1, 2, 3 from different development teams, Jim, as they twist and turn through the mountainside here in beautiful Southern California.
It's been a who's who of all the good development teams across the country here posted up all weekend. Folks doing the great work that they do to grow the sport among the younger set. Doing it at a really high level too. Most of these are as pro as you can get in terms of the support they get, the types of equipment they get to use, the pre and post race recovery and setup they got. It's really impressive.
Look how steep this is they're just punching up this climb. I mean, there's definitely some grades upwards of 20%, and you can see that as they're just kissing the bar stem there on that climb.
Yeah, doing everything they can to keep the front wheel on the ground.
That's Ava Silva setting the pace now with Bear National coming through the screen. So Ava now leading that junior women's 15, 16-year-old race out here. Day 3 of 3 at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by our friends at Vail Ossity Bike Park. So one of the Morswich sisters has had a issue out on course. There's some of our other riders coming through the screen. That was June Bremner, part of that 15-16 competition with Durango Devo. As Stacy Nash comes through leading our 30-39 age group race. Racing for Team Baghouse. So second and third's either going to be, looks like we got Alexander Pasowitz with the gravity cavity, roller athlete Zoe LeClaire. Following Ava Silva with Bear National. Our junior girls 15-16 category race. And Jim, this race staying, I'd say, together. As you know, we're on our probably about lap and a half in of this 2-lap race. And so definitely could see an exciting finish here at the venue. It's no stranger to exciting finishes this weekend. We've had some 2-up sprints for the win throughout the weekend and saw some pretty decisive moves, that last lap magic all day yesterday.
I love me a 2-up or 3-up or 4-up sprint. Bring it on. This has been a really fun race to watch already, and it'd be really great to see these ladies bring it right down to the line like that.
Kind of like already this morning with Wout van Aert taking the win at Paris-Roubaix.
Spoiler alert, look at you.
2-up sprint, there you go.
Come on.
It's already out on the socials. Out sprinting Tajay, taking the win. Been chasing that for 8 years. Congratulations.
I think that's great for him. I couldn't be more happy than to see that. I can't wait to watch the replay tonight. That one.
More riders making their way through here at the start finish as Leah Keller and Zach Sterling coming through. Both setting second in their age group races. We got a pass now happening out on course in our junior girls 15-16. New leader in that competition is a pass been made around Ava. Fair National. Now that lead group down to 4. That's our Roller Devo athlete. I see a Gravity Academy athlete up in there as well. So Zoe Leclerc may now be setting the pace for our junior girls 15-16.
Sometimes the Gremlins win.
Good look at that competition as they're battling it out. Right now it does look like Zoe Leclerc with Roller maybe setting the pace. That junior girls 15-16. Again, we got about 17 competitions happening at one time. So I think right here we're about to see the finish of our junior boys 11-12 as they're getting close to the finish line. Those three all still together. Last time they came through, and it looks like they've been able to stay together out there on courses. They're now up and out of the saddle, keeping it spicy. The leader looking over his shoulder. Close to wrapping up their race. All right, a little pass out here. Looks like Ava Silva may have now moved back into first. Now I think she's still setting second wheel. We got a Gravity Collective in third. And here comes the win. Here comes the sprint for the win for our junior boys 11-12. Sprinting it out. Does look like unofficial. See if we can't get those results for you. Whole bunch of coming in at one time. I don't want to give it wrong, but it may have been Dash Bridge taking the win there, unofficial, but we'll see here as more riders wrapping up their race. That was a three gentlemen kept it together the whole time, Jim.
He looked pretty excited there as well. He should be. That's a fun way to spend a Sunday morning.
Here at the leaders, our junior girl 15-16, and oh.
We'll have more of our races finishing up here over the next few minutes.
All right, looking here at the leaders of our 15-16. Ava Silva up there in the mix, as is Alexandria Pasowicz, Zoe Leclerc. Pepper Spangenberg comes to your screen with Wild Rockies, part of that Junior Girls 13-14 age group race.
And when
Rico Poro, Carolyn Beaudry coming across the line now. Carolyn Beaudry with leading our 40-49 age group race. Jacob Anders coming through as well. Reno Devo. Will Benzer wrapping up his race with a little bunny hop. Reminder to exit the course once you finish your race. Exit over there to the left. Just be aware that the race is going on, so you may have some riders coming up behind you. So when you are exiting the race course, please, after you finish your race, go ahead and exit there to the rider's left and know that there's athletes still going out for multiple laps. There's another rider there on our screen. That was Julian Schmuck with Arctic Bicycle Club. It looks like the leaders are now maybe down to 2 in this junior girls 15-16 race. Starting to shed some of the competition as that one's getting close to the end. Again, they're on lap 2 of 2. Can't get an idea of who those leaders are, but you could think it's Zoe Leclerc and Ava Silva.
The first of several reminders today that our podiums for all of our morning wave of amateur racers will be at 12:30 today. And the nice folks at Cuspo has donated 12 of their CS600 cycling computers to be handed out to our junior and amateur race winners today here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. So all that going to take place at 12:30 over at the podium.
Look at these great shots here of incredible footage being provided by InsiderMTB.com as it is. We got now a lead group of 2 for our junior girls 15-16. They've been able to read the rest of the competition. It is a Bear National athlete battling it out with what is, I think, is a Roller Devo athlete, but it's been a while since we've seen them, and so take a look there here shortly, see if we can't pick those athletes out, or we'll see them when they come across the finish line in what could be a 2-up sprint for the win for our junior girl 15-16. Current leader of your 30-39 age group race with Baghouse rolling through. Fisher Erickson with Crosswood Doors there on your screen. Fisher part of that Cat 3 men 15-18 race. And here's a look back at our leaders for our junior women 15-16. It is now a lead group of 2. More riders on approach now. This is going to be Charlie Price and Andrea Card. Emil Fulmer with the Cell Cycling. And back to our leaders in our junior women 15-16 now. 2 riders battling it out here. I think is Zoe Leclerc and Ava Silva. No, Harley Dieters with Atlas Racing was up there in the mix, as was Alexander Pasowicz with the Gravity Academy. Anna Morsowicz and Leah Morsowicz also were up there in the mix. Now we're down to a lead group of 2. Twisting and turning their way through this over 6-mile race course. Looks like a couple riders might be about to latch back on too, so see if they can't bridge back up and bring this race all back together. We get close to the finish. There's a pass on the outside by the Bear National rider. And I think that is Ava Silva.
That was a smooth pass right there. She just picked her time, found the right line, and went right around.
See the chase group there,
Another
though,
rider.
not far behind as they're twisting and turning their way up the switchbacks here on the side of the mountain.
This course a real test, as you mentioned. It's a little over 100 feet of climbing per mile, above that golden ratio, right? That 1:100 ratio.
Kind of right at it, it looks like, right on the.
A real good test of ability and technical bike handling skills. So putting everybody to the sword here. Amateurs getting a good dose of what mountain bike racing is all about. And as they say, if it was easy, everybody would do it, right?
Shot there of Leah Keller with Mary Bird. Part of that Cat 2 17-18 age group race. And back to our leaders. Look at just how sprawling this 50-mile trail system is here at Vail Bike Park. I mean, just a, coming from Fayetteville in the Ozarks in round one and what is just steep, rocky, rooty terrain to the just like such a stark difference. Might as well be on another planet out here in the high deserts of Southern California for these racers that race round one and then to come here. Just such diversity in the race venues.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Bear National rider now off the front. A few bike links now separating first to second for our junior women 15-16 is Pearl Smith with Tribe there. They're getting it done, part of that Cat 2 girls 15-16 category race. There's the separation. That's top five on the screen at one time, but you can see separation now clearly from first back to second as Bear National rider firing up those engines late in the race, Jim. Alarm bell's starting to go off for second place now.
That's not surprising at all. The Bear National riders all coached up really well. They know what they're in for. They know how to plan their race effort. And they've been out here in numbers, it seems like, in every category that's taken the course.
Here's a good look at the separation. At least 5 seconds now from first back to second. So Bear National putting in a big dig here late in the race to create that last lap separation. Not comfortable bringing this down to a 2-up sprint as they'll be getting pretty close to wrapping up that race as they're on the backside here behind us now, Jim. So they're back over here on this side of the venue. A shot of some of the other athletes out on course. That's Andrew Hobson's part of that 50-59 age group race. All right, there's a charging rider right there with that Roller Devo. Whoa. All right, here, look, got a battling going out here late in this race is, look now at some athletes up and out of the saddle trying to bring this one home. They are on approach. We'll be here shortly. Starting to twist their way back down towards the finish line. The fans cheering as they do. All right, we got riders in the finish gate. We got one rider now up and out of the saddle. Can't get an idea who this is that's going to bring him across the line. This is going to be Ava Silva with Bear National taking the win for our junior women 15-16. And it was Zoe LeClaire with Roller National out there battling it out with her. Going to come across the line in second for our junior women. And finishing now is going to be Alexandria Pasowicz with Gravity Academy. Looks like Harley Dieters with Atlas Racing going to be in third. Alexandria in fourth. And then for Accel Cycling, Annabelle Sackett rounding out our top 5 for our junior women 15-16. More athletes now in the chute sprinting for position as Leah Morzowicz comes across the line, out sprinting Abby Cole with Competitive Edge Cycling. So who we haven't seen, it is Anna Morzowicz with Bear National, who we saw go down out there on course. She was setting off the course and setting up, so hopefully she's okay. She did take the win in round 1, but not going to be the case today.
That played out just as we might have predicted it. A nice come right down to the line like that, and always love a hard finish, a whole close finish in a mountain bike race, and even a bike throw at the line doesn't hurt, but that's a great finish there. Congratulations to those young racers for putting out such a fine effort today.
Annika Burns coming across the line with Team Booger. Now Lily Cole with Competitive Edge. 2 more riders now. It's a 2-up sprint for the top 10. It's going to be Krista Abbott with Roller Devo rounding out our top 10, just edging out June Bremner at the finish line from Durango Devo.
Love seeing them leave it all out on the course, leaving nothing left in the tank, emptying it right there for a final sprint, even for some of the lower places. Great job, young ladies.
Again, unofficially, top 5 for our junior women 15-16, part of that USXC Open Series presented by Village Farms. It was Ava Sylvia with Bear National Team getting the win. Zoe LeClaire in second with Roller National. Harley Dieters with Atlas Racing in third. Alexandria Pasowicz with Gravity Academy in fourth. And Annabelle Sackett with Accel Cycling rounding out your top 5. Melissa Abbott with Roller Devo coming across the line.
At this level, every race a lesson. Every racer learns something from every race, but especially at this level, every race a lesson. You're learning about your equipment. You're learning about your body, your fitness, how and when to take on hydration, nutrition. So the education continues for these racers. Great job. We're super proud to have you out here with us, and hope you keep it up and enjoy your growing and burgeoning racing career. I'm biased, but I'm a big fan of bike racing, and I think this is a way better way to spend the day.
As Rachel Cathy comes across the line. Going to be first place in our Cat 2 1929 age group race. Congratulations, Rachel. And Bailey Brown with Oz Racing wrapping up that junior women's race. Going to find herself in the top 15. And Addison Green now with Accel Cycling going to round out our top 15 for our junior women 15-16. Kenley Griffith wrapping up her race, part of that Bear development squad. Next round of racing going to kick off at 10:15. So our next wave of racing going to be 10:15. So a little break in the race starts, and we'll sit here and tune in to the finishes of these races. What could be some exciting sprint finishes as Amelia Conkle comes across the line now. Going to find herself top 20 as Grace Watkins comes in, all part of our junior women 15-16 age group race. There's racing happening all over the course, Jim. So something tells me if we keep our eye on the finish line here, we're going to see some 2-up sprints.
Yeah, keep the runway nice and clear. We're landing jets on an aircraft carrier out here. A lot of fast finishes, even for the lower places.
And all of Markman, didn't mean to cut you off, going to come across the line, taking the win for our junior women 13-14. All right, that's it. Moving faster than I can. Emerson Ross, Emerson Ross taking the win for our junior women 13-14. She's going to be excited about that. Congratulations to young Emerson. Her career just getting started. And in that mix was Olive Markman with Oakland Composite.
Feeling good about it. I'm feeling that the rain is not going to hit us, so we're all done today.
Ariel Eden's coming across the line. Everybody just keep thinking that, right? We see the clouds kind of bouncing around here. There's definitely some gray skies. Plenty of cloud coverage on this cool, windy morning in Southern California. Is Hannah Kirsch now with Roller Devo wrapping up her race. Anna Frank as well with Aspire. Yeah, different temperature for sure. It's been we got 2 riders now on approach, sprinting it out. They've been out there for 2 full laps, 12 miles of racing. And that is Eva Komar and Malaya Garel. Malaya Garel taking that sprint.
Nice strong kick there at the end, too. Good to see that extra effort being able to put out to get across the line first there. Well done.
Look down the finish line stretch here, just the camaraderie as these racers finish up.
I've noticed that all weekend. A lot of camaraderie between all the racers in all the categories. Really cool to see the fist bumps and hugs being had at the line.
Yeah, regardless of team kit, right? Everyone just wants the race ends. They just go back to being friends.
Celebrating the honor and the great competition that goes on out here.
This is Maggie Daly now with Donovan Racing. These athletes looking pretty gassed out there, leaving it all out on the course, Jim.
Yeah.
Sarah Kush now with B17 Racing.
We've been treated all weekend long to just some outstanding efforts. You've seen exasperated riders collapsing after the finish because they put so much effort out there, and a real testament to their ability and willingness to give it all they can for the sport.
Yeah, that's coming across the line now was Aspen Rivaldo, going to finish second in our Junior Girls 13-14 with Slay Development. Good showing by Slay Devo there. Going to find herself in the top 3 for that Junior Girls 13-14 category race. Podium's going to be 5 deep. Reminder, all podium's going to be at one time. Speaking of time, Emma Watkins getting it done, going to find herself in the top 3 in our Junior Girls 13-14, racing for Tribe, coming across the line in 3rd. Pretty dusty out there. It looks like she may have gone down at one point, just looking at her hit there, and that's a good recovery if that's the case. We know it's definitely loose course conditions out there. But if that was the case, that would have been a good recovery to still cross the line in 3rd for that Junior Girls 13-14 competition. Get a look now at Wesley Nave with Tribe. Part of that 15-16 age group race. So, I think course conditions definitely loose out there, Jim. Seen some riders, looks like they, found the ground, but able to get up and finish under their own power. We know early crash in the race took Anna Morzowicz out of contention for Bear National, and so.
And this is the time they're all back in their tents, cooling down and starting that recovery, but they're also swapping stories about what their race was, how it played out, and how much fun they had out on the course.
Well, and they're already gearing up for the next round of racing as it's buzzing here at the venue as we hear our junior men 15-16. They've taken to the rollers over there and starting to warm up those engines. As some pretty exciting racing still to unfold here today for day 3 of 3 at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park.
Just a little over a half an hour before the start of our next wave of racers, and we'll get those riders staged up just a little after the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. And just a heads up, you're going to stage on the outside of the finish chute. Your start line will be outside of the start-finish chutes. We'll still have riders from this morning's waves finishing up.
Annika Crum now with Team Booger. She came across the line just a few minutes ago.
Our talented and good-looking crew of USA Cycling officials will get to that here in just a little bit. And that wave will consist of all the Cat 1-2 men, junior 15, 16, 17, 18, and also the 13, 14-year-old boys. And looking for about a 60 to 90-minute race time on those races. And podiums for all today's categories, every single category, all those podiums are going to start at 12:30.
Eva Klausner now coming across the line, and this is going to be Jackson Grover going to take the win for our XC Cat 3 men 15-18. Congratulations, Jackson.
You got the wheelie thing down. That's good. That's important skill.
Pepper Spangenberg now coming across the line, going to round out our top 5 in our junior girls 13-14 age group race. 13-14, part of that US XC Open Series. So Pepper Spangenberg going to be excited about that top 5 for series points on the line. Jim, in this next wave, I hear we're going to have some royalty here.
Indeed, we are. A couple different types, a couple different genres of royalty.
As Alice Stevens now with Thaden School wraps up her race, coming across the line here, going to find herself in the top 10, 6th place unofficially for Alice.
I saw Tinker Juarez walking his way through the venue here. He's fresh off yet another World Championship win here
Masters
just a couple of
World
weeks
Champion,
ago.
Correct, won the Masters World Championship. And here we're going to have some other, going to be a star-studded field here in this next wave.
You look in Tinker's
racing
closet, all you're going to see is just a sea of rainbow stripes, man. The guy's got more world titles than anybody I can think of. Great to have him here racing with us. And also going to be racing in the 55-plus category is none other than Reggie Miller. How about that?
Wait, NBA Hall of Famer Reggie Miller?
That very same one.
How cool is that?
Lead commentator on the NBA on NBC and just has become an avid mountain bike racer and benefactor to the sport. And I'll tell you this, he started out as a Cat 3 and was just getting crushed. He put the time in, did the work, was out there training and going to every race he can. And now he's a fixture in every race he wins. Every race he enters, he's a fixture to win it.
Well, that'll be an exciting race to call for sure. Again, those races starting at 10:15 as Mia Trioni comes across the line for Bear Devo. Also coming across the line shortly before was Fisher Erickson, going to be second in our 15-18 men's open race here. And that was Julian Schmuck with Arctic Bicycle Club, or that junior girls 13-14 age group race. We've got more racers now on the gas as they approach the finish line here. Adele Weiner with Slade Devo coming across the line, and this is Mia Baker. Mia Baker going to take the win for our junior girl 15-16 2 competition. And Stacy Nash now taking the win for our female 30-39 age group race. Lots of winners coming across the line at the same time. And Aaliyah Anderson now going to finish second for our Cat 2 15-16. She comes across the line in third place. Going to go to Amelia Fulmer, the Cell Cycling, or that Cat 2 junior girls 15-16 competition. Again, we had about 17 races on course at one time, and now we've got another winner on approach here for our Cat 1 female 17-18. Mara Williamson getting it done, going to take the win. Racing for Bespoke Real Estate. And another winner is Sydney Wyatt comes across the line for Tribe. Sydney going to take the win for our Cat 2 17-18. Women, and so look at all those first place finishers coming across the line, kind of all together too. So it's for Roller Devo now. Zach Sterling going to find himself in the top 3 in that Cat 3 men's 15-18 race, and then young Willow Sonnenberg Hennings going to finish within the top 10 in our junior girls 13-14 race.
Very respectable. Top 10 anytime you're pinning on a number is a quality finish. Heck, just pinning on the number says a lot about your character, that you're willing to come out here and put your physical fitness to the test like that, right up against your peers, other folks at your same caliber and ability, and just see how you do, man, because racing bikes is tough. If it was easy, everybody would do it, I know, but my goodness, we're so grateful and proud that all the racers that chose to come out here and contend for the title here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
Sammy Warnick now with Maybird wrapping up her race. And that's because she's going to round out our top 5 for our junior girls Cat 2 15-16 competition. Michael Reams now with Maybird coming across the line. Michael going to be top 5 for our Cat 3 men 15-18.
Yeah. Carly Erickson there across the line. Nice race for Carly. Thanks for racing with us today. Maya Feldman Wang is a finisher. Great job, Maya. Nice race for you. Oliver Woods is now back in the house. A nice race there for that Team Booger rider. My man Todd Flaming. Nice job, Todd. Thanks for racing with us. P1 for Todd. Leah Keller across the line there as well. And it looks like a P2 for her in that 17-18 category. Welcome across more of our riders. That's Andrew Hobson finishing up his race. Looks like a P3 for Andrew. Kaylin Abbott in the house, top 10 for her. And Jane Lavin. Inside 7 minutes before we're going to call to staging, so stand by for that. We'll get everybody called up to the staging area here in just a few minutes, so stand by. Final preparations being made by our second wave of riders. We'll get everybody staged up in plenty of time to race. Nice job for Jacob Blake there, P4 for him. And welcome back to Ariel Saulnier, P11 for her. Once again, we'll get everybody plenty of time to get staged up and get your race on, but we're going to stage you on the outside of what is the start-finish chute right now. Elsa Harrison through the start-finish chute there. Ashley Weimer also. Jacob Anders across the line, P6 for him. Riders stand by. We'll get you staged up here in just a few minutes as we've got still some athletes out on course, so keep an eye in the finish chute. Don't cross that course. Let them finish unencumbered. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to Orange Seal Pro Cup, which is round 2 of the USXC Mountain Bike Race Series. We are getting ready to prep for the start of our second wave of morning racers here on day 3, and I'm going to kindly have to ask anybody outside of the finish line chute to please move further back towards the tents. You are now standing or hanging out in a active racing area. That's going to be our start chute because we still have racers from the morning wave finishing, and we're going to launch these racers on the outside there of that start finish chute. So this is a friendly warning, please, to just make your way a little further off that active part of the race course.
Once we get the races underway, you'll be able to move back up along the fence line, but we'll want to get this next wave of races underway. Looks like, and we have several to do, so appreciate you just helping us clear this start chute. And then once the race action all gets underway, we can all crowd back in around the finish line.
This will be a good
In this next group of racing, we are going to have our junior boy 15-16 part of our USXC Open Series, as well as our junior boy 13-14 also racing as part of the USXC Open Series.
good time. Check. Good time, too. If you're in that second wave, good time to make your way on over to the start chute that Alan is standing in.
That's right. We're going to do our call to staging for our final wave of racing on the days. We got more athletes now on approach finishing up their race, and that's why we're creating this secondary start chute, because we've got races starting and racing finishing as Charlie Price comes across the line for Roller Devo of our Cat 2 Girls 15-16 competition.
USA cycling officials doing a great job at
our USA cycling officials doing a good job of herding cats over there, Jim.
We'll get everybody in their proper spot and ready to race as we're going to roll out over the course of 4 or 5 minute increments all of our different categories of racers, which are going to feature our 1s and 2s, Cat 1s and Cat 2s across all the age groups. And even a qualifier, a junior national qualifier here in the form of our 15 and 16-year-old boys.
Yeah, we'll be doing call-ups for our 15-16 boys as well as our 13-14 junior men.
And we're going to ask again kindly to have everybody please clear out that area just adjacent to the finish line truss. That is our start chute now for this second wave of our morning racers. First wave, your podiums, 12:30. All podiums for today's races at 12:30. We'll have a lot to get through because we got all kinds of categories mixed in today's event schedule.
Jim, these clouds out here building here are starting to look, I won't say ominous, but definitely signs of rain in and around the venue. And so some of these higher peaks may be seeing little sprinkles on them. And so still dry here at the start-finish area, but definitely some spots of rain bouncing around.
It's going to knock down the dust a little bit.
Looking at the temps here right now where the weather stands, it's hit 60 degrees, but we've got a wind about 17 miles per hour out of the south-southwest, keeping it nice and cool. And the temperatures on the day drastically cooler than what we saw on Friday. Friday, 80 degrees, just abundant sunshine, got hot even, and then yesterday, a little cooler at 70 degrees. Today, even a little cooler at 60 degrees. So it's just been a moving target for weather conditions. A little bit of wind throughout the weekend. Talked to some athletes yesterday. The wind you could absolutely feel, and it did impact their races. All that once they, on some of those A lines, they said they could really feel the wind when they were in the air, sometimes pushing them off their line. And so we saw some of even our elite athletes opt for some of the B lines in those races just to stay low and stay out of the wind.
Yeah, the way the wind whips up and over these ridge lines like that can have a big impact as you come around corners or crest the top of the hill and head down the downhill. But I tell you what, if the rain does come, all it's going to do is tamp down some of this dust, and I don't know if I have a problem with that. I think it's going to be okay. Come home the last couple days feeling like a sugar cookie, just coated in this thin layer of dust and dirt that's out here. It's prevalent in this area.
We're getting a face full of it right now as we speak as the wind's blowing through here.
All good as far as that goes. I know our crew, our trail crew, and everybody else has been out here way more in it than us, so no complaints. Having a great time as we walk them across the line. Even more of our race finishers now. Great job, gentlemen. Exit out the course to your right, please. Going to have right about 200 racers in this second wave of categories that we're getting ready to launch here inside the next 9 minutes.
200?
How about that?
Oh, looking at our junior men 15-16, that is 56 athletes in that race. That's going to be a big group. Our 13, 14-year-old junior boy is going to be 27, both those part of our USXC Open Series and the premier cross-country series here in the United States.
Okay.
Riders finishing up their race here as we're getting staged for our next wave of racing. You're going to see they'll be staged over to the right of the traditional start-finish chute. As got people. All right, here we go. We're going to start our call-ups for our junior boys 15-16. For Cell Cycling, Hendrik Wasso. Team Boogers, Isaac Sproul. For Bear National, Reed Pfeiffer. Roller Devos, Braxton Maybe. For Oz Racing, Grayson Wimberly. Atlas Racing, Callan Husser. Free Fly Elite Devo athlete, Brody Lake. For Bear Devo, Jack Abel. Gravity Collective, Rowan King Ellison. For Bear Devo, Sean Davies. For Bear National, Nate Beavers. For Fincraft Junior Cycling Team, Luke Johnson. Grayson Stevens. Roxanne Bissell. Willem Stevens. Wesley Borger. Stetson Provost. Daniel Flukiger. Eddie Sylvia IV. Drew Melicor. Asher DePietrio. Jake Huzar. Nigel Burke. Henry Murphy. Braden Kerr. Finley Arnett. ZJ Chenault. Leo Carlin. Solomon Perkins. Henry Bobke. Nolan Grandorf. Ross Bowen. Aiden Kaplan. Christopher Higdon. Sebastian Grant, Jack Ped, Ronan Kroll, Caden Yawks, Chance Texera Smith, Jamo Telford, Tyler Sackett, Cormac Kinslow, Anthony Solner, RJ Kazowicz, Dexter Veneman, Cruz Garcia, Peter Thompson, Mile Fritzinger, Nathan Bear, Ryan Levi, Keelan Nelson Costagano, Ivan Brown, Bryce Card, Chase Nielsen, Samuel Dewey, and Nicholas Russell are going to round out our call-ups for our junior men 15-16. Big field. Over 55 riders. Got 8 waves of races to get started here in this next group, starting with our junior men 15-16.
Riders, you have 3 minutes until your start. 3 minutes. You'll be given 2 minute, 1 minute, 30 second, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle. Your race is 3 laps. 3 laps. Course cutoff time for your second lap is 11:40. So 11:40. 1 hour, 25 minutes to complete 2 laps. All riders will finish with the leader's lap. If you're off the back at lap, you'll finish with the leader's lap. Good luck. Two minutes until the start. 2 minutes. Please clear the grid. One minute until the start. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. 30 seconds until the start. Race will start with whistle.
All right, we're back to racing here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park, the start of our junior men 15-16 category race part of the US XC Open Series. See some other riders be filtered up to the line. There's more waves of races to get started here, but tuning in on the live stream, you're catching this, what is a fast start for our junior men 15-16. The who's who of U.S.-based development teams. On that top line, likes of Hendrick Wasso, Isaac Sproul, Ride Pfeiffer, Braxton Maybe, Grayson Wimberly, Alan Hussar. Looking back at the results from round one, it was Isaac Sproul with Team Booger taking the win for our 15-16 boys. Free Fly Elite Development, Brody Lake in second, Ronan King Ellison in third, Braxton Maybe in fourth, and Hendrick Wasso with the Cell Cycling rounded out your top five for round one in Fayetteville a few weeks ago. Now our junior men 15-16 taking to this 6 mile, a little bit over 6 mile course. Some exciting racing in our junior women's 15-16 race. That action just finished up a little while ago. Bear Devo taking the win.
Hey, Alan. Alan Stewart. They're going to be coming all the way up to here. Keep it as it was.
Up next, I believe, will be our Cat 1 men 17-18. Getting them staged on the start chute here. And on the live stream on InsiderMTB.com, a look at the leaders of our junior men 15-16. Early breakaway here as we got a group of three now off the front. Big group though, close to 60 junior 15-16 boys out here racing. And so everyone filtering out there, seeing the likes of some of our Wii development riders. That was Grayson Stevens coming through the screen. All single file here early as they've already dove into the single track here at Vail Bike Park. And what is it, over 50-mile trail system. They built a day's amateur course, a little bit over 6 miles. And the next race underway.
Not exactly sure what's going on there, but whatever it is, it looks like a sewing machine trying to get readjusted.
I have no idea. I don't know that I've ever seen that in a bike race.
Didn't know we had single speeders out here today, but they did. They chose the wrong gear.
Riders 6 wide. 6 wide. Thank you.
As our Cat 1 17-18 take their way out on course.
This now should be all the rest of our Cat 1s, 19 and up, 19 to 29, 30 to 39, and 40 to 49.
All right, all 19 plus open. 19, 29, 30, 39, 40, 49.
Brian McCulloch
6
back
wide,
in the lineup.
please, in the grid. Your race is 3 laps. 3 laps total. You have 1 minute until your start. 1 minute. You'll be given 30-second, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle. Course cutoff. Course will be closed at 11:40. 11:40. That gives you 1 hour, 20 minutes to complete 2 laps. All these age groups starting together. Okay? All these age groups starting together. Yes. Okay, Pro Cat 1, 19 plus open, 19, 29, 30, 39, 40, 49. All starting together in 15 seconds with the whistle. Good luck. '50, 59. Come back. Thank you.
Next group of racers now taken to the course here. It's our Cat 1 Men Open 19 plus, 19, 29, 30, 39, and 40, 49 age group race. On the line now, our Cat 1 Men 50, 59.
Got national champs, current and former, represented in this group. Looking for Tinker Juarez. Tinker Juarez to the line, please, sir. Your race is about to start. I was told this was supposed to be a showdown. Tinker v. Slasher.
Riders, 15 seconds until your start.
All right, there's the start of our next race. This is our 50-59 age group race for our men, our Cat 1 men. And now we're going to do our call-ups for our Junior Boys 13-14. Taking the line for our Junior Boys 13-14 for Team Stampede, Jack Peed. For Team Booger, Rowan Kroll. For Monster Army, Caden Jacquis. For Tribe, it's Chance Tixera Smith. Brain Stokes, J-Mo Telford. For Cell Cycling, Tyler Sackett. For Bear Devo, Cormac Kinchlow. For Vail Pays de Holt, Anthony Solner. Donovan Racing's RJ Kazawicz. For Nerthworks, it's Dexter Veneman. We got A. Cruz Garcia, Peter Thompson. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong list here. We're going to do it again. For Elkin Brothers Racing, Nolan Elkins. For Hatch Toyota Racing, Everett Cruz. For Mafia Moto Crew, Donovan Way. For Team Stampede, Ryder Lindenberg. We have Matthew Russell, Liam Crockett, Bryce Stevens, Sebastian Garrett, Sebastian Falk, Connor Rowley, Wyatt Yunt, Race Dieters, Ledger Edwards, Weston Elkins, Oz Racing, Elijah Garrell, Raylan Levy, Miles Yunkin, Donovan Sarah Smith, Will Jupe, Thomas Higdon, Luca Williford, Dylan Doomler, Bose Gritters, Ian Barton, Macklin Husser, Jagger Idol, and Adrian Chavez, rounding out almost 30 13-14 age group in our boys competition.
All right, 13-14, welcome to your race. Your race is 2 laps. Course close is at 11:40, so that's more than an hour to complete your first lap, okay? All riders will finish with the leader's lap, and you'll be given a 1 minute, 30 second, 15 second warning. Race will start with whistle. Good luck, 1 minute until your start. 30 seconds. 30 seconds until your start. Fifteen. Race will start with whistle.
All right, there's the start of our junior boys 13-14. Current national champion in the mix there.
Yeah, look for those Elkin Bros Racing team members there to be a very, very big factor in the outcome of this race. Wouldn't surprise if a 1-2 like they pulled off in Arkansas a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Nolan Elkins and brother Weston Elkins and the Elkin brothers racing there.
This next up is our Cat 2 boys 15 to 16. 26 riders in this category.
Going to look here at the start on our screen on the live stream on InsiderMTB.com. Like that is
Fast start for those young cats.
All right, Cat 2, 15, 16 riders. Welcome to your race. You have 2 minutes until your start. You'll be given 1 minute, 30 second, 15-second warnings. Your race will start with whistle. Course close will be at 11:40. So you got more than an hour to start your second lap. One minute until the start. 1 minute. Thirty seconds until the start. 30 seconds. Fifteen. Race will start with whistle.
all right. Next race getting off the line. That's our Cat 2 boys 15-16. Roll it up now is going to be the next group of racing. This is going to include our Cat 2 men
Cat 2,
17,
18, 19, 29, 40, 49, starting together. 17, 18, 19, 29, 40, 49. Your race is 2 laps. 2-lap race. Course cutoff is 11:40. So you got more than an hour to start your second lap. You have about 1 minute until your start. You'll be given a 30-second, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle. So Cat 2, 17, 18, 19, 29, 40, 49. 30 seconds until your start. 40:49. Your race is also 2 laps. You're out doing 2 laps too. And course closed at 11:40. That's for your second lap. So you got 1 hour to finish your first lap, start the second one. All right, good luck. Race will start with whistle. Good luck.
All right, next group of racing taking out to this 6-mile race course here, doing 2 full laps is our Cat 2 men 17:18, Cat 2 men 19:29, and Cat 2 men 40:49. Now, more athletes rolling to the line. They're going to be our final race
Cat
start
1 man
of the day.
60:69, Cat 1 70 plus, Cat 2 50:59, Cat 2 60:69. You're starting together. Your race is 2 laps. And course closes at 11:40 to start your second lap. So that's more than an hour to finish 1 lap. Good luck. You have 1 minute until your start. You'll be given 30-second, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle.
Reggie Miller joining us in the lineup today, looking really good in that new Boom Baby kit. Almost as good as he looks on the coverage on NBC with that 3-piece suit. Reggie, get after it today, my man. Good luck. Tinker Juarez also in this lineup. He of the multicolored rainbow stripes, earning another world championship just a couple of weeks ago. This is the group I lovingly refer to as the elder statesmen of the mountain bike racing community. Gentlemen, good luck, have fun.
"30 seconds until your start. 30 seconds. Race will start with whistle.
All right, back to racing here. Final wave of racing going out onto course. You said the elder statesman. I call it the future of the sport, Jim.
I love it. My people, if you will. Man, that's a big wave of racers. Over 200 out there on course now.
Looks like that is Tinker Juarez moving to the front already in that Cat 1 men 60-69 race. Like you mentioned, Tinker just winning another world championship.
Fun fact, Tinker, racing all these years without a chamois in his shorts. Prefers to race chamois-free. How about that?
Well, it seems to be working for him. If it's not broke, don't fix it. That's what they say, right? Does he predate chamois technology?
That might be why. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
Just didn't adopt it. Well, it seems to be working for him as that star-studded field here is our age group racing. Day 3 of 3 for the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park, and it is Vail Bike Park on your screen right now. Tune in on InsiderMTB.com. Wrapping up what has been a thrilling weekend of racing. Started Friday with a full day of short track. Yesterday was our elite UCI races, including our UCI Junior 17-18 and U23 category races. Now we're getting a look here at our Junior Men 15-16. On course now, lead group now too. We'll catch up on the action. I know there's a lot of races have been starting, and we've had our 13, 14-year-old boys out there on course, and the Elkin brothers leading the charge early in that race. And now looking at a top 5 here of our junior boys 15-16. Again, 15-16, one of the categories included in the USXC Open Series and the premier cross-country mountain bike series here in the United States.
Yeah, 16 separate races out on course currently, so we'll do the best we can to keep everybody watching at InsiderMTB.com of what's going on, who's placing where. We'll get time splits as they come across the line, try and get that out to you as well. But if you're watching and taking in this great coverage, let us know. We'd love to hear the comments. And if you got a rider, you want to make a little donation to get a rider shout out or a company shout out, we're happy to do that and help keep the crew here at InsiderMTB.com nice and happy and keep this rig rolling along. And then once again, 2 podiums for all of our today's categories are going to be at 12:30. All podiums 12:30. We'll go top 5 in every single one of these categories today.
Guys, starting to get a little dark around the venue here, and so new rain was in the area. We've held it off until now. We'll see if we can't get this final races done and dusted, as dusty has been the description of the course conditions. Dry, loose, arid. Haven't seen a lot of rain here in Southern California for some time, and getting some pretty loose trail conditions out here at the Vail Bike Park. We're going to look at our leaders here now, as it is a lead group of 2. Well, there's a chase group right there. We did see it all come back together not long ago for our junior boys 15-16 race, but right now one rider setting the pace on the front. As Jim mentioned, we got about 17 races happening at one time out here, and so do the best we can to tell you who's doing what. And look there at Team Booger athlete. It's Isaac Sproul. Excuse me, stand corrected here. It was Ivan Brown, sorry. In the fans and friends and family out on course cheering these athletes on, as leader of our junior men 15-16 coming into screen. Got that light blue kit of Cell Cycling. Likely Hendrick was so there. Isaac Sproul with Team Booger. I think that's our 1-2 right now as they stand. As an idea as they come through here and be able to get you some time splits, but I believe you're seeing right there on your screen the leaders of our junior boys 15-16 race, with Hendrick Wassow and Isaac Sproul giving chase. Those 1-2 punch here. Not surprising after round 1, seeing the results from Fayetteville. It was Isaac Sproul with Team Booger taking the win, so it is indeed him up there in 1-2. Comes at no surprise.
These racers getting to tackle that over-under Connex box feature here. It's one of the more unique and fun features of the course. It was a big staple of yesterday's races.
Current leader Hendrick Wassow with the Cell Cycling finished 5th at round 1 in Fayetteville. But I'm just trying to pick them out here. We'll see here an idea who these athletes are as they make their way through. That's Crew Melicor with a Cell Cycling there. And it is Hendrick Wassow and Isaac Sproul leading them across the line here. Leading for our junior boys 15-16. And here comes the chase group now. Callan Hooser, Braxton Maybe, and Sean Davies.
Chase is on. 2 riders up the trail by about 10-11 seconds.
Yeah, gap about 12 seconds back from second to third. That charge led by Braxton Maybe. So as it stands right now, 1-2, Hendrick Wassow, Isaac Sproul, followed by Braxton Maybe, Callan Hooser, and Sean Davies. A lot of our 15, 16-year-old making their way through the start-finish area to go out to do another lap. Doing 3 full laps. So big race, about 18 miles of racing here and close to 1,800 feet of elevation gain.
A lot of these riders using this flatter part of the course, probably the flattest part of the course, as an opportunity to take on a little nutrition, keep the carb and sugar level nice and high to fuel the remaining 2 laps of their race.
Look at that. We've already seen the top 20 of our junior men 15-16 make their way through. So still a lot of racing happening out there on course and plenty of racing left as they still got 2 full laps, another 12 miles of racing here in the high deserts of what was sunny Southern California on Friday and Saturday. But there you get a shot on the screen. You can see the cloud coverage moving in. It's conditions definitely changing, cooling off. At a 20-degree point swing from when they were racing short track on Friday, Jim, and now in the low 60s today with a nice little cool breeze. I think going to be bringing in some rain later today. Probably some much welcomed rain in the Southern California area.
We'll take it for sure, but the clouds are getting a bit darker here off to the north.
Out there, Tinker Juarez, a legend in the mountain bike space, as we mentioned, just coming off another World Championship, winning the Masters World Championship.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Pan Am gold medalist, multi-time world champion, a stalwart of the USA bicycling community.
More of our 15-16 make their way through the start-finish area and look back here at the leaders now as Isaac Sproul and Hendrick Wasseau battling it out for that top step in our junior boys 15-16 category race.
Have established themselves as the cream of the crop there over the course of the past weekend and also back from a couple weeks ago in Fayetteville. So nice to see them continuing on some good form and holding off their charging competitors for the time being anyway. They're getting close to the halfway point of their race today.
As we mentioned, Isaac taking the win for Team Booger in Fayetteville, but Hendrick Wasseau was top 5, so no surprise to see these 2 gentlemen well off the front now. Look at the separation they've created between, here comes the chase now into your screen on the live stream on InsiderMTB.com. Does look like a chase pack of about 4 maybe, trying to get back on terms with these leaders. Last time through, there was about a 12-second gap back from second to third. Group seeing if they can't bridge back up to the leaders, but setting the pace right now, it is Team Booger. Isaac Sproul twisting the screws in this race with 2 laps to go.
Like any good mountain bike course, there's really no place to rest. You're either going uphill and having to pin yourself and navigate a tricky single-track section, or you're plummeting downhill, having to do the same thing. No chance to really get even take a break and grab a bottle, except for maybe the start-finish shoot here. It's the flattest part of the course and widest part of the course. Everywhere else, you're on the gas uphill, or you're having to really control that bike and pilot it downhill. So full test of the rider's abilities here at Vail Bike Park.
Decent little breeze here, and I imagine depending on where they're at and what side of the mountain they're on, they're going to feel that wind out there. Probably, if you showed up and it was 80 degrees and sunny on Friday for that, what was really a hot day of racing for the short track, just to feel like a different season out here today, Jim.
Well, yeah, and some of these racers are not very big people. That wind can move them around quite easily, so got to be prepared for that at all times, because those gusts can come up and really take you offline if you're not careful.
All right, there's a battle happening for our Cat 1 men 17-18 as 1, 2, 3 came through pretty much all together. Our close to it as Zealand Bowers, Jude Martson, and Henry Stevens rolling through.
Yeah, nice race there already. They're 1 lap of 3.
And some of the chase rounding out our top 5, Holden Allen and Axel Cotterman, also part of that Cat 1 men 17-18 race. And look back here to leaders, our junior men 15-16. Isaac Sproul, Hendrick Wasso. Pretty cool contrast in those team kits.
Yeah, it makes it easy to kind of see who's who there for sure.
Making for some.
Both really smooth on the lines too, controlling their machines, keeping them right on the prime racing line like that. Nice to see that at that level, that talent there is already starting to push through.
As the leaders of our 40-49 and 19-29 and our Open 19-plus category coming through. So that was
Brian McCulloch there leading that group. He won the short track on Friday.
Aiden Sturgis Melby in there. Justin Thomas. Some of the leaders in the age group category racing happening out here. Again, we've got, 17 races happening at the same time? Is
all
that right?
At the same time. That is not the Justin Thomas playing in the Masters today. Different dude. Yeah, the mix of the age groups there for our Cat 1 men. They're all kind of blending together. They're a 3-lap race as well. We should see here in just a minute or so the 50 to 59 group.
And I'm expecting to see the leaders of our junior boys 13-14 competition as well. As that age group also part of the USXC Open Series. Great shot of some bunch racing happening out here on course here. Back now, look at our leaders of our junior boys 15-16 is Isaac Sproul with Team Booker still setting the pace, but Henry was so able to answer the call.
We know Isaac's got some chops. He's got the stars and stripes around the band of his jersey there, so we know he's got some talent in him as a former national champion. Probably looking to get that back again this year. Reclaim that title.
You know, we saw some real heavyweight fights yesterday in our elite men's and elite women's competition as Christopher Blevins, Carter Woods battled it out, as did Haley Batten and Jen Jackson. And this kind of looking reminiscent of those battles yesterday as Hendrick Wasso and Isaac Sproul.
Yeah, we're setting ourselves up for some of those dramatic last lap heroics passes in the key sections.
Just some of what we saw yesterday in the XCO course featured today, but really this isn't, predominantly an all-new course for our amateur racing, about twice the distance each and every time around. Lonnie Davis coming through. Some of our other riders going out for their next lap here as they come through the start finish. And look back on the live stream. This battle being thrown down at the pointy end of our junior boys 15-16 age group race.
Here comes a slasher, Victor Sheldon, across the line. He's got 2 to go, leading that
men's
50-59 category.
But the chase is on right there is Jim Hewitt coming through right behind him.
Not surprised at that at all. Victor, a multi-time national champion himself, and you may not know this, he is actually a multi-time world champion in the sport of jet ski racing from back in the 80s and 90s, and Hall of Fame in that sport.
All right, Christopher Peck coming through.
Christopher's got some chasing to do, representing in that national champion jersey. 50-plussers all spread out across the finish line here on their first of 3 laps. Now we get into the 2-lap category races will be the next ones that come across the line here.
Yeah, I should be seeing in a first look at our junior boy 13-14 competition. As you mentioned, they're going to be doing 2 laps. Steve Westover coming through with Team Booger.
Looks like we got the Wilkins boys on the pointy end of that. Not surprised by that at all.
Yeah, easy to pick out those Elkins brothers. They're getting pretty close here, so there is still looks like a lead group of maybe 3 have made that initial selection as Elkin brothers putting the pressure on early in that junior boys 13-14 race, and here they are on approach now.
Family bragging rights on the line here.
Yep, Weston and Nolan coming across, and it just is the 2 brothers, I think, in that mix as they're mixed in with some other age group racers. Yeah, the 3rd place there, Donovan Way in there as well with the Mafia Moto crew. So he's the only one able to answer that as he's going around the outside. Looks to be coming, just getting up and over that flyover, but like he's got some early season fitness, able to match with the Elkin brothers as it was Weston leading him through, followed by Nolan and then Donovan Way with Mafia Moto crew, top 3. Here comes some chases. Everett Cruz comes through with Hatch Toyota Racing, going to be in 4th place.
Donovan
about
there.
30 seconds back.
Yeah, it looked like Donovan was trying to press a little bit, but was covered nicely. Yeah, good race breaking out there on that.
I'll keep an eye on that. They got 1 to go in that junior boys 13-14 category race. There's a great shot of them as Donovan battling it out with the Elkins brothers.
The Elkins brothers going a little 1-2 punch on them. There's another Elkins bros there in the works too. He's still a little young and to learn how to ride the bike. I'm sure we'll see him pinning on a number here real soon.
More riders coming through in those competitions as we're current top 5 in our junior boys 13-14. It is Weston Elkins, Nolan Elkins, Donovan Way, and then Everett Cruz and Ryder Lindenberg rounding out your top 5. Reese Stevens in there as well. Dayton School. This was Liam Crockett, Connor Rowley. Now more of our 13-14 age group racers making their way through. Sebastian Falk, Race Dieters, Wyatt Yunt. But looking at the pointy end of that race, the race is going up the road. It is your current national champion, Elkins, in the Stars and Stripes out there, setting the pace for our junior boys 13-14. Donovan Way with Mafia Moto Crew, the only other athlete in that 13-14 category able to answer the charging call of the Elkin brothers, Jim.
This is their playground. They ride out here all the time. This is their backyard, basically, and they've got, I imagine, every inch of these trails all mapped out. So when they see the course layout, they're going to know exactly where their favorite spots are, where they know they can press the power and gain an advantage up or downhill.
Well, knowing the course out here, obviously an advantage to some of our athletes that call Southern California home, but I will tell you that kind of unfamiliarity did not affect them in Fayetteville, as both the Elkin brothers finished in the top 3, Weston 2nd, Nolan 3rd.
I bet you're going to see them contending for those overall in the series. They're going to travel, and it's a very supportive family environment over there, and they do a great job at letting these boys get out and do what they love to do, which is awesome to see.
We got a shot there of our leaders of our 15-16. Does still look like it's a 1-2 battle now. That battle continues between Isaac Sproul with Team Booger and Hendrick Wiseau with Accel Cycling. Look at this. Neither of them giving an inch, Jim.
No, he's just glued to that rear wheel.
And Isaac Sproul taking the win with round 1. Hendrick Wiseau top 5. No surprise to see these two athletes off the front of this bike race. Got our leader of our Cat 2 15-16 race coming through with Connor Wilson currently setting in first. Racing for Nuke Sunrise. Montague coaching.
Hendrick content with letting him lead through all of this section and biding their time. They're a 3-lap race, so maybe just a little over halfway.
I'd say probably close to the halfway mark at this point for our junior boy 15-16 as Ashton Pease comes through with the Thaden School setting third in our Cat 2 15-16 race. Lincoln Sanchez now with Team Booger rolling through and round out our top 5 for that Cat 2 15-16 race. And a big group of riders now coming through. Eli Hawks, Jagger Idle, Macklin Husser, and Oliver Spriggs. A lot of age groups start to filter in, so starting to mix up there. It's starting to settle into your race pace. And Jim, you might find yourself racing with someone from a different age group completely. You just happen to be having a similar day out there on course. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, water seeks its own level, man. You got to find whatever. If you can take pace with somebody like that, doesn't matter what group they're in. A little communication, swap some turns, save a little power when you can.
Off with Team Stampede and Axel Parker roll through. Looking back here at the leaders of our junior men's 15-16 race, and Isaac Sproul in that red Team Booger kit. Hendrick Rousseau's in the blue Accel Cycling kit.
Gathering of our 15-16 Cat 2 boys rolling through right there. Still pressing really hard. They got 1 lap to go. That was the first of our men's Cat 2 19-29 in the form of Calvin Christensen.
This looks like now the leader of our Cat 2 men 17-18, Marcus Deanna with Team Booger, currently setting the pace there for that Cat 2 17-18 race. As we get a shot here of this epic battle happening at the front of this junior boys 15-16 competition.
That's how good our coverage is here with the Insider MTB.com crew. They said, what do you want to see? What do you want to look at? You can put the drone right up on top of that.
I think we're going to chase down the leaders of that 13-14 race as they are on their final lap. Look there, one of our natty champs coming through the screen. And we still got about a lap and a half left in our junior men's 15-16 competition, and we're on the final lap for our junior boys 13-14. See if we can't take a peek there and chase down the Elkin brothers. And as well as Wade Donovan out there with Mafia Moto crew that was in that mix.
A few minutes away from starting to see our older categories come through, which is including Tinker Juarez and Reggie Miller racing in those groups.
Yeah, we're starting to see the pointy end of some of these other age group races. Is Aiden Kroll with Team Boogers setting second place now in our Cat 2 Men 40-49 age group race. But on your screen at home, you're still seeing this epic battle between Team Booger and Nacelle cycling athletes.
It's been the race of the day so far. Super closely contested, and none of these riders giving the other one any inch of room here to make any sort of breakaway or pull away. And just like that, we do see Tinker Juarez coming across the line.
Tinker setting first in our Cat 1 Men 60-69 age group race.
He's one of one in that category, and
he's out there with
check that. Yep,
close to 10 other competitors. So
I think we can safely say he's a Cat 1.
That's a pretty decent sized group. 11 Cat 1 60-69 men out here battling it out with the likes of Tinker Juarez. But
Love
Tinker
that.
Juarez is definitely setting the pace, showing why he is that multi-time world champion. And here's a look now at the leaders in our Junior Boys 13-14 race. It is the Elkin brothers 1-2 right now, swapping positions there.
Like you said earlier, there's a little bit of a rider's choice line there that they took and swapped positions at the front.
Donovan Way trying to stay on terms here from Mafia Moto Crew. Again, the only athlete able to go with the Elkins brothers. Nice size field too, close to 30 junior boys in that 13-14 category race. Part of the 2026 US XC Open Series presented by Violet Farms.
These three, though, laying waste to that field and just dominating it from the gun.
And speaking of Violet Farms, I want to thank them for being presenting sponsor of the US XC Open Series. Based in Northern California, Violet Farms is a large almond and walnut grower. Established less than 25 years ago, they have grown to be one of the largest almond producers in the world and a fixture as a partner for the Pro Cups. As the leader of our Cat 2 Men 50-59 comes through, George Hillinger. I mean, look at the pace by these young men. They're absolutely flying through the woods as we get just great shots of both our 15-16 and 13-14 competition as the Elkin brothers just making it look easy out there, Jim.
They always do, man. They just are so smooth, so flowy through every element of the course.
All right. On approach now. More riders coming through the start line as Jim Albright and Mr. Reggie Miller come across the line.
P3 and P4, respectively.
Setting top 5 in that 60-69 Cat 1 race. That's a star-studded race. Likes of Tinker Juarez, Reggie Miller. And looking here at the lead of our 13-14 race.
They're going to have some traffic to navigate here on this light uphill pitch here for them.
And it is the final lap for a lot of these races now. Some of them will still go out for a third lap. We'll let you know who's doing that. But we see if we can't catch the action of our 13-14 as they are on the final lap and at part of the US XC Open Series.
You see it slowed them down here a little bit, so now maybe they get a chance to squeeze by and gain a little time if they can.
Nice to see these riders letting these leaders come by here.
Donovan's got his hand full there. He's getting the 1-2 approach by the Elkins bros, and
yeah, look how steep it is right there. I know,
look
just
at that kick up like that.
Just the cadence having to change.
You can almost hear the gears being changed there and thrown up into the very smallest gear they got.
Shot there at our leaders here. Coming through the start-finish now is going to be the leaders of our 15-16. Still going 1-2. Isaac Sproul, Hendrik Wasso with 1 lap to go to get it done. Battle for the ages here as these two been off the front of this race since early on, created some separation between themselves and the rest of the field. Once again, Isaac taking the win for round 1 in Fayetteville. Hendrik Wasso finished 5th, but definitely has the fitness today to go with Sproul and Team Booger. We got 1 more lap to get it done.
Steve Hensler leading that 70-plus category. Nice job, Steve. Keep it up.
There's more. Here comes the chase now. 30 seconds back from 3rd to 2nd. So 30 seconds, that's the gap between this chase group in our junior men 15-16 is Braxton Mabey, Callan Hooser, Jack Abel, Grayson Wimberly, and Sean Davies all coming through. 30-second gap. They got 1 lap to go. And now maybe a little bit of separation happening. Not sure if that's the case. As Isaac Sproul now. They're back together. Sorry, looking here.
They are full tilt boogie, though. They are all gas. They're trying to shake one another here.
But Hendrik Wasso now taken to the front. We haven't seen that in a while, so he's been comfortable setting second wheel to Isaac with Team Booger, and now Cell Cycling setting the pace on this final lap. Speaking of final laps, we take a look back now at the leaders of our junior boys 13-14 as the Elkin brothers. 1-2 punch there, but it is Donovan Way with Mafia Moto crew able to go with them.
Donovan's not getting shaken off just yet. Don't count him out. He's not about to let these guys go up if he can afford it. And again, they're navigating some of the riders from other categories and giving them a little bit of room there to continue on their race.
I just love these shots here. I mean, just incredible coverage. Shout out to the crew here at InsiderMTB.com for providing what has just been captivating coverage throughout the weekend.
Yeah, to be able to keep track of all these races that is going on out there, and certainly the 2 that are the most compelling right now, that's a real treat, and hope you guys are enjoying this coverage from wherever you're picking it up right now. Great bike handling skills there on display as they whip their way through this little bit of a forested area with some California shrubs that we're used to in this part of the world. Yeah, chaparral, if you will.
Gonna snake up this climb here. You see these twist and turn like that, the switchbacks like that to cut the mountain grade down to try to definitely gaining some of that elevation as there's over 600 feet every lap. We talked about it early about that 1 to 100 ratio for about every mile. There's 100 feet of elevation gained in this course. Of course, part of a 50-mile trail system here at Vailocity Bike Park.
Race pace, that's going to sting the legs. That's going to take it out of the back. So measuring that effort, knowing what you got left in the tank, and certainly knowing the course the way these guys do, a big, big advantage.
This rain, I'm getting reports we could be getting a little light rain here in the next 15 minutes. We'll see if that happens or if these mountains keep it at bay. Some of these course conditions could change. We do get a little rain out here.
Quite quickly, yeah. Donovan still hanging right in there, taking the 1-2 punch from the Elkins brothers team here.
I mean, you tell me, Jim, you've ridden out here. I mean, how do these trails do in the rain? Obviously, they're just dry and dusty, arid, probably ready for a little bit of moisture, just going to create some hero dirt, but not maybe, I doubt that happens immediately, right? If you initially get some rain, are you expecting it, does it turn to mud to some degree?
I think it's going to soak it right up. It's going to make it tacky and faster than it is right now.
Okay.
It's going to absorb it real quick.
Just going to make it even faster at that point.
Yeah, the heroic levels of tackiness.
There's some of our other athletes out on course, and back to our leaders as, again, still navigating some of this age group racing out here as the 13, 14-year-olds just making quick work of this course. It is Nolan Elkins, Weston Elkins, and Donovan Way are the
We
three
talk about
leaders.
if you're a fan of the F1, they talk about team orders when it comes to the two cars that are racing for a particular team in any given race. I wonder if there's any team orders in play here for the Elkins bros, or is it we're just going to give it, everybody's got to give it all, and we're going to race it out?
Well, something tells me if it comes down to it, the two of them, they're racing for the win.
Oh, yeah. I know them well enough to know they're fierce competitors. As nice of a young men as they are fierce competitors.
Currently our current 13-14 national champion in the Stars and Stripes, leading them up this climb, and you can see just how steep this climb is.
Another one of those steep little kickers where you got to grab that big gear and just try and tip those pedals over.
Yeah, you can't carry momentum. We talked a lot about the elevation change out here, and you could look at some of the riders just grinding up the mountainside, but definitely flowy though, right? If you can carry momentum, you can use that to your advantage and, make quick work of some of these sections of the race course.
That's what you learn as a younger rider like this, and able to how you move that bike around and keep it flowing, keep as much of that speed as you can.
Jude Martin came through, the leader of our junior men Cat 117-18 race, as well as the leader of our 40-49.
Ryan McCulloch looking to double up here, win 2 races, enter 2, win 2. That's not a bad weekend.
Reminder, those tuning in at home, if you want a chance to enter to win a free bike, compliments of Provello, just scan the QR code on your screen and enter your kiddo to win a new bike. As Kevin Parrish Bradford comes through setting second in that Cat 1 Men 40-49 age group race. And here comes Aiden Sturgis Melby setting first in our Cat 1 Men 19-29 age group race, racing for Giant Southwest Racing Devo. A lot of riders taking advantage of the feed here available. And then I look back at our leaders of our 13-14. Again, they're on their final lap.
It's not that they're not allowing Donovan to come around them. He just may not be able to get around them. When you got 2 riders like that are changing spots in front and holding that pace.
Yeah, not a lot of places to pass on certain sections of this course. Obviously, we've seen some last lap magic throughout the weekend. And if you're Donovan Way, are you just waiting to see if you can find an area to where you can maybe make your way around? Donovan may have a sprint in him, though. I mean, if he can bring it to the line with these 2 younger Elkin brothers, and Donovan looks to be a little bit. If he's got a sprint in him to out-sprint these Elkin brothers.
That may be his best chance at this point, because like you said,
just looking at size, he may be a little bit bigger rider. He may be able to put down a little bit more watts when it does come to that sprint finish. So
there's just limited opportunity to pass on this mostly single-track based course.
Now look back at the current leader still battling it out for 2.5 laps as Hendrik Wasso and Isaac Sproul. Again, very characteristic of the racing we saw yesterday in our elite fields.
Each lap has been different, right? We have had a different person leading each of these last 2 laps.
Well, if you think about what we had yesterday, you had the red kid of Christopher Blevins and the blue kid of Carter Woods in the elite men's race, and so these shots feel very similar to what we saw yesterday, and that what was truly just a epic battle between those two, with Chris able to take the win on that last lap and the last climb, making a move.
Starting to get the first signs of rain here at the venue, so.
Yeah, the rain is starting to now come down for the first time this weekend. It held off all weekend until the final rounds of racing. That's how it goes. Maybe we were going to get all these races in before the rain hit, but no, the rain is now coming down. It's just light shower, I'd call it right now.
I think we can tough it out. I think the riders will be okay, and certainly not going to affect the course at all.
If anything, it may knock this dust down a little bit. I'm going to be taking some of this California dust home with me, Jim, as it's on everything at this point, bud.
Your bag may be overweight, which is all the dirt you're piling on in there.
Yeah, taking a souvenir home with me of some of this desert dust.
Sheldon coming across the line here. He's got 1 lap to go.
Looking smooth. Leader of our Cat 1 Men 50-59. And here we go. We're getting close to the bottom of the venue. The Elkin brothers now leading Donovan Way here.
Lean in and check out this finish here. Now they're out full. They're already kind of in that full sprint mode, really trying to separate, not let it coming down to a final sprint at the line.
Trying to make their way around some of this age group racing, but they're down here at the bottom part of the course. We'll see if all those riders can get through.
Donovan got pinched off
by another rider. They still got a little ways to come through as they're making their way over that rock garden, going through that.
Look at the full send right there. He made him right through the rock garden.
Yeah, but the pace definitely picked up now. You can see the Elkin brothers just flying down the backside of this course, going through some of that Orange Seal speed and style section. And now some separation. Donovan Way got pinched out back there by some other age group racers. And now it's the Elkin brothers with the first time having separation and coming down to the backside of this course. Going to pinch up right here as they make their way around. You see the dirt kick up a little bit there. And I don't know if Donovan Way's got enough room to catch the Elkin brothers as they are.
This is going to be an Elkins brothers sprint for the finish. This is bunk bed superiority going on here.
There you go, coming around for a final time. They're going to navigate a little bit more traffic here, but both the Elkin brothers up and out of the saddle. This is for the win for our junior men's 13-14 age group race.
How about that? Well done.
Looks like Weston Elkins getting the better of his brother Nolan. Bragging rights at the dinner table tonight for the Elkins brothers.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race. And hats off, too, to Donovan Way. He put up a really good fight all day long, tackling those Elkins brothers racing teammates and brothers. Well done. Top 3 in the house there. A great, great finish. Fun race to watch.
Yeah, shout out to the Mafia Moto crew because that was a great effort by Donovan Way. And unfortunately, late in that race, he did get pinched out by some lap traffic as the Elkin brothers made their move and wasn't able to go with them. It's Christopher Peck, your current national champion, coming across the line for a Cat 1 Men 50-59, set in third. 10 seconds back to second. Now we'll see if we can't get a look back at our 15-16 competition, as that's one we wanted to keep an eye on now that we've wrapped up our junior men 13-14. Once again, congratulations to the Elkins brothers as Weston Elkins taking the win.
That's the first of our, 16 races we've got on the course now that's going to about to finish up here over the course of the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of race finishes coming up. And a reminder, that final podium of the weekend going to be at 12:30. We're going to do all podiums from this morning's racing. All podiums will happen at 12:30. Going to be top 5, according to what I'm reading on my paper here. Chris Zymek comes across the line.
Place your bets, too, on that 15-16 boys category. They're probably about halfway through their final lap. That's been a really compelling race from the gun.
Well, we'll see if we can't pick them out here and see where that race is. May take us a minute to chase those racers down. The rain coming down, we'll see, may affect some of our coverage a little bit. As we got more racers here finishing up, battling it out for position. And we haven't rounded out our top 5 yet. In our top 5 in our 13-14, 1-2 was the Elkin brothers. Donovan Way in third. Everett Cruz came across the line in fourth. I think we might be seeing a battle here for maybe a top 5 in our podium spot. It's a 2-up sprint here coming to the line. And it is Liam Crockett with Maybird. Going to round out your top 5. Rode himself into a podium spot for our junior boys 13-14. He'll be excited about that. And then Connor Rowley, shout out to Connor. Strong effort there going with him in that 2-up sprint for that final podium spot. Steve Westover coming through now with Team Booger. Steve setting 7th in our 50-59 age group race for our Cat 1 men. And as the rain comes down, we'll come down pretty decent now. So if we can't get a look at our leaders when we can of that 15-16. Reese Stevens with Thaden School coming across the line now. Going to find himself in the top 10 in that junior boys 13-14 age group race. As the Anthony Spanger now coming across the line. Going out for another lap. In the rain. Sebastian Falk wraps up his race. Going to find himself in the top 10 in that junior boys 13-14 race. We got one more spot in the top 10. Who it's going to be. This is Race Dieters. Racing for Alice Racing is going to round out your top 10 for your junior boys 13-14. As I said, you can't see it on your screen at home, but rain is coming down across the venue. It's going to impact our ability to keep drones up in the air right now, but get them back up there if or when we can, and keep our eye out for the pointy end of that junior men 15-16 age group races. It's been a 1-2 punch for Isaac Sproul and Hendrick Wasso. Very similar to some of the battles we saw yesterday. And put your hands together. Connor Wilson going to come across and take the win for our Cat 2 boys 15-16 for Nuke Sunrise. Monagee coaching.
Connor looked pretty stoked taking that win. He's got a nice lead. Don't even see second place inside here. So a dominating performance for that young athlete. Well done, sir.
There, one of our athletes from the Thaden School coming into screen, and of our Roller Devo athletes as well. And look at that. So you can see the rain's coming down, but like you said, Jim, doesn't seem to be impacting the course conditions at all. If anything, it's just knocking down the dust right now.
Yeah, it's going to make the last laps and last half of laps here for these riders on course just a little more tacky. Dirty up the bike a bit, but I think they'll trade that no problem for a little more tacky service to race on.
Tom Reed's coming across the line there with Team Booger. There's some race action happening there. A couple of our Team Booger athletes battling it out there on course. And still waiting to see if we can't pick out. We knew in the lead in our junior boy 15-16, Isaac Sproul and Hendrick Wasso. Last time we saw them, it was Hendrick Wasso had moved to the front with the Cell Cycling. Hendrick finishing 5th, round 1 in Fayetteville. Isaac Sproul took the win for our junior boys 15-16 as Sebastian Garrett comes across the line.
P12 for Sebastian. Nice job, sir.
Lots of riders now coming in. Charles Hinskins coming through. 1 to go, Charles, as Eli Hawks and Ashton Pease wrap up their race. Charles Hinskins showing 1 to go. Luca Ford wrapping up his race. Look here, coming in right now, this is Evan Ashburn and Lincoln Sanchez. Those two racing it out for that final podium spot. Team Booger competitors, Evan Ashburn are going to round out the top 5 for our Cat 2 Boy 15-16 race.
Inter-team rivalry there going on.
As Thomas Higdon now coming across the line, wrapping up his race, and this is Felder Lecomte. Day is done as well. Some good finishing happening here. Strong efforts. This is going to be for the win as Calvin Christensen for our Cat 2 men 1929 taking the win. Ian Barton and Eli Armstrong also coming in as Pete Hoff and Caleb Magoo also coming in. Caleb taking the win for our Cat 2 men 17-18. And Marcus Deanna finishing second. So look at the separation
Close
there.
Race right there, yeah.
Close race.
Right down to the line.
Caleb just getting it done with Team Soho in front of Team Booger, but that one came down to the last few feet.
Hard charging coming at the line here.
Yep.
Always like to see those strong finishes regardless of the placing that it's for.
All right, Isaac Pope coming across the line in third in that Cat 2 men 17-18, and Will Jupe. Next up is going to be Odin Olson with Northworks. Find himself inside the top 5 for our Cat 2 men 17-18, so we'll see him on the podium in a little bit. And here's some more riders coming in right now as Chris Russell going to come across the line in first for our Cat 2 men 40-49. Then Tyson Walker and Reese Teller. And Anthony Sellier now.
Anthony looked pretty happy there to be crossing the line. Nice job. Good race for him. And rounding out the top 14 in that 15-16 category, or Cat 2.
Now Treff and Size Love there with Reno Devo. And a 2-up sprint here between Jackson Allen and Nicholas Hutchinson, and they were racing it out for the final podium spot. Unofficially, Nicholas Hutchinson going to round out the top 5 for our Cat 2 men 17-18. So that was a battle for the final podium spot there, Jim.
Right down to the line, just like you like to see it.
Now Carter Shea with Team Soho comes across the line, find himself inside the top 15 in our Cat 2 boys 15-16 race. And again, still waiting to see if we can't pick out the leaders of our Cat 1 boy 15-16 races. Tinker Juarez, ladies and gentlemen, comes across the line. Going to take the win for our Cat 1 men 60-69, getting it done.
Ho-hum, another top step for Tinker.
As Jaden Rand now. And Adrian Chavez. Kind of intermittent rain. It's coming down at times, but right now it looks like it's just a light sprinkle, Jim.
Well, it's a heavy mist sometimes.
Heavy mist. It's mountain mist, is it?
Especially along the coast. You get the overnight where it's just these low clouds that just kind of drip a little moisture on you.
Boris Grant Reese and Liam Buell coming across the line. And Ian Chi.
We haven't seen too many crashes this weekend, which is good. There was a couple that skinned up some knees, but it's always good at a race when you see your medical team just nothing to do, just bored.
Yeah, but Aiden Kroll going to come off the line, finish second in our Cat 2 men 40-49 with Team Booger. Yeah, that's what you want to see. You want to see your medical team with their feet up if you can, just because that just means that we got some clean racing with minimal accidents. We know there's been a few, but these big bunch sprints that are the starts of these races, Jim, we really only saw one time all weekend in the short track that become a maybe a couple times that'd be a factor. So we got
This looks like a good race here breaking out. Not sure which category that is, but they're in the final few turns here.
Yeah, still seeing if we can't catch the leaders of our junior men 15-16. Have not seen them in a while. It's Richard Abbott now coming across the line. Richard showing 1 to go in our Cat 1 men 50-59 age group race. And here we go. Here's the finish for our 15-16 boys sprinting it out for the win. Put your hands together for Team Booger, Isaac Sproul. Headland away from Cell Cycling's Hendrick Rousseau. Isaac Sproul taking the win again. Took the win in Fayetteville round 1. Gets it done again here today in beautiful Southern California.
Nice double up for him, winning the first 2 races of the series. That's fantastic.
There's more sprinting now to the line. James Lewis, unofficially second place for our Cat 2 men 1929, and Reese Stinger there as well. But I know we had to break away from that race action with the rain, not able to keep the drones in the air. But that 15-16 race came down to the wires. More sprints happening here in the finish chute. Podium spots up for grabs in that 15-16 race, and there that was for the podiums right there. Is Callan Husser coming across the line unofficially in 3rd, Jack Abel in 4th, and Grayson Wimberly going to round out your top 5. But I mean, that was 1/10 of a second separating 5th and 6th. So we'll let officials sort that out. But on our screen, unofficially, top 5 for our Junior Boy 15-16 race as part of the U.S. XC Open Series. Congratulations once again to Isaac Sproul and Team Booger getting it done again. Hendrick Rousseau in 2nd. Good showing by Hendrick. He finished 5th in Fayetteville, moved up to 2nd today's competition. Then in 3rd place, it was Callan Husser with Atlas Racing. For Bear Devo, Jack Abel in 4th. And for Oz Racing, Grayson Wimberly unofficially rounding out your top 5. Colby Bashaw also came through there, as did Philippe Saulner and Liam Nees and Sean Davies. Tim Marshall now wrapping up his race. Going to finish 2nd in our Cat 1 men 60-69. So 2nd place to Tinker Juarez.
Not bad.
Not bad. That'll be a story for the dinner table. Here's some more sprints happening right here. As Nate Beaver leading them in ahead of Brody Lake, Asher DiPietro, Salomon Perkins, George Hillinger, Wesley Borger.
That conversation might go something like, "Oh, bummer, you were 2nd place." Yeah, but. Yeah, but. Tinker Juarez was 1st place.
How about George Hillinger getting it done in our Cat 2 men 50-59? Unofficially, looks like he's going to find the top step of that podium. And Bose Gritters now with Jessup Racing. Wrapping up that 13-14 competition, and more riders on approach finishing up their races. We still got battles happening all over the course here. Going to look back at the course, and a pretty good battle here right here. It looks like we got some of our Gravity Collective athletes there, and Donovan Racing in the mix.
Should be seeing, too, the first of our finishers in some of the older age group categories, the 60-plussers, 50-plussers.
I mean, Tinker already getting it done.
And then also the Cat 1's age group. They're on the last half of their last lap.
Matthew Paulson coming across the line now. Did Jude Eldridge and Daniel Flukiger. Mara Guzman now. That Boom Baby kit. Must be teammate.
Yeah, Reggie's doing a great thing with that team Boom Baby, and raising a lot of money and bringing a lot of new people in the sport, giving them the guidance and things like that they need to move along in their racing careers.
Braden Kerr comes across the line, and 17th unofficially in our 15-16. How about 3rd place for Jim Albright in our Cat 1 men 60-69? Gonna be a great podium picture. That'd be like my Christmas card if I was on a podium with Tigre Juarez. Speaking of podium,
How about it?
Reggie Miller now coming across the line, wrapping up his race, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, baby, going to be top 5 for Mr.
Very
Reggie Miller.
respectable.
Coming across the line unofficially in 4th.
I asked Reggie one time if he gets any grief from his NBA colleagues like Charles Barkley and the like about wearing spandex and tight clothes. I don't care what Charles Barkley says about the clothes I'm wearing. So Reggie making it look good no matter if he's got a mic in his hand or a bike in his hand. He's doing it really, really well at a high level.
Ronan Kroll now coming across the line. Destin Provost here with Roller Devo.
Moms and dads, family, friends, and fans, thank you so much for coming out here all weekend long and supporting your favorite athletes and cheering them on. It means a ton to them, ton to us. You'd spend your time out here at the race park.
Little 2-up sprint here by some age group racing, taking it to the line, mixing it up with our Cat 1 Men 60-69 and some of our 15-16 competition. That's fun. Ross Bowman and Jim Kosanik.
Yuri will race it, man. If there's a race anywhere in town here in SoCal, Yuri is going to pin the number on.
Got some more side-by-side racing here through 3 wide at one point in the chute. Here's Andy Larratt, Christopher Higdon, and Finley Arnett come across the line. Andy with Lazy Tarantula is going to be second in our Cat 2 Men 50-59 age group race.
That team sounds like a party on wheels, huh?
Lazy Tarantulas.
Man.
Where do you think that? I mean, there's got to be a story behind that, right?
Got to be. I bet they're posted up down there next to Team Booger.
That's right. We're still trying to find the origin story for Team Booger. And
they
they know we've said this because they've heard us say this all weekend long, and they have not come and given us that information.
Maybe it's like the best kept secret. Maybe.
I mean, evidently, but put your hands together. Steve Hensler going to take the top step, as is Brian Kolick.
BMAC making it happen. 2 for 2 on racing weekend. Great job, Brian.
Both those gentlemen taken first in their respective age group categories. And another first place is Jude Martson now. And maybe we'll let it catch up a little bit. Sorry. There's a lot of riders coming in here as we had.
Steve Hensler took the win there.
And that was Jude
70
Martson
plus.
taking the win. Sorry, for our Cat 1 Men 17-18 for Team Soho. Reed Pfeiffer. Steve Dressen, like you said, Bill Bachman, all these athletes wrapping up their race. As Aiden Kaplan now comes across the line.
Good time, too, to say thank you to our UCI and USA Cycling officials on the 1s and 2s over here, keeping it tight, keeping it timing just dialed in, and all the results nice and fast and accurate. Thank you so very much.
Sebastian Grant with We Development come across the line. Yeah, Jim, it's just been a great weekend of racing, and I think that starts with the race crew and officials here. And I know we're a part of the program, but definitely making our jobs easy. Is had some great officiating throughout the weekend as Kevin Bradford Parrish and Bryce Card, Henry Stevens, Caden Jacquis, Gary Garman, Aiden Sturgis Melby. Agent Sturgis Melby coming across the line. Going to take the win for our Cat 1 Men 1929 Open, racing for Giant Southwest Racing Devo.
Big win there. That's a tough category.
And everything we say is officially unofficial. Bill Blevins, Jamo Telford, Cody Iverson. Cody Iverson now. Cody taking the win in our Cat 1 Men Open category for Team Baghouse.
Baghouse fielding a
Justin Thomas and Steve Tushy coming across the line. Everybody's going to be wrapping up their race at this point. Looks like we're going to finish on the next lap. They'll be scored appropriately as Anthony Castellana comes across the line and Chase Nielsen as well. Ivan Brown right here with Boulder Junior Cycling. Once again, we want to thank everybody for tuning in. What has been an incredible weekend of racing as rain continues to come down. But, man, Jim, 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vailocity Bike Park. Man, this is one for the just one for the books, right? I mean, just the racing we've had, such compelling racing throughout the weekend. Started Friday with just action-packed short track racing, and then yesterday, a full day of, really the who's who of the top end of professional mountain bike racing. And then we tie a bow on it today with the likes of Tinker Juarez, Reggie Miller, and some really thrilling racing in our for our 13, 14, and 15, 16 age group racing.
Huge fields all weekend long. And I'll say this too, folks. This is a USA Cycling event, requires a license, but man, you're missing out. If you don't have that license, get it. Come out to these races, continue to help grow the sport. Racing for all ages and abilities and categories. Make it a plan to be here and join us next year for sure. And also to your local race. Get out, get that number on, experience what it's like to race your bike. It is so darn much fun. And all the folks here, the supporting groups, the Ty Katie and his crew, just done an excellent job at bringing some of the highest level racing possible.
As Victor Sheldon here with Specialized Baghouse.
He's having chicken for dinner.
Takes the win for our Cat 1 Men 50-59.
I got your jacket here, bro.
While we wait, I want to thank some of our sponsors for this weekend. Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. We want to thank Village Farms, presenting sponsor of the U.S. XC Open Series. We've given them a lot of gratitude, but special thanks to Vailocity Bike Park and the trail crew out here, as well as the Temecula KOA and our Vail Lake Resort for hosting us for round 2 of the 2026 U.S. XC Open Series and what has been the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Thank Cuspo Cycling Computers and Components, ESI Grips, Baghouse Industrial Services, Hammer Nutrition, Athless Sports, and Experience Fayetteville. As more riders coming through. And Canyon Miner now try racing.
Ones and twos, yo.
Jim, we're getting towards the tail end of our races here, so we're going to let all these races wrap up. Reminder, final podium is going to be at 12:30.
stick around, get your moment of glory atop the Orange Seal Pro Cup podium.
Podium's right next to the registration tent.
Good for the gram, good for the feed.
Good for the soul.
And you earned it, you know? You earned that right. The great feature of bike racing is the notion of podiums and getting able to take that picture and stand atop like that. All racers that are finishing are going to be all done, regardless if they might have another lap left to go. The course is now closed. Nice finish there.
Connor Sevilla, Peter Thompson, Beckett McVoy coming across the line.
Good news, more accolades.
All right, more athletes taking it all the way to the line is Brendan Lemp, Nathan Blair, and Jelani Davis racing it out. Finishing up here in the rain. I don't know, Jim, why don't we see if maybe if Mr. Reggie Miller's hanging out in the venue, maybe he come over here and have a conversation with us, give us a little recap of his race. He might have gone to his car in the rain, but if he can hear this, he's welcome to join us over here in the booth. Have a conversation with him. It's coming across now, Chris Peck, current national champion in our Cat 1 Men 50-59, going to finish third on the day. Rain definitely coming down here at the venue. People starting to go tuck under some tents here. Brendan Connolly comes across the line. Jim, look there. We get done racing, and the skies really have opened up now for the first time of the weekend. Brendan Connolly. This is Chris Zyamick with Old New Mexican Racing Team.
Find himself, or you want to just
How about Stan Ford coming across the line for the bike shop? Going to find himself top 5 in our Cat 1 Men 70 plus.
What are your highlights this weekend? What were your big takeaways that you're going to think about on that flight back to Arkansas tonight?
That's a loaded question, Jim.
So much, right? So much to recap even, and when you think about just the 3 great days of racing that you and I had such a front row seat to. You think about the tight finishes, the last lap passes, and watching the top athletes here in North America, if not the world, take on this three great days of racing. It was really special.
Yeah, I think some of it you can hear in the background. The cheering now is, I mean, some of it's just the takeaway is just where the sport of mountain biking is and how healthy it is here in the States is, you just look at the field sizes of these juniors, both men and women. I mean, we had so many juniors, 17, 18, we had to split them up into heats for short track day on day one. And
Good
so
problem to have.
when you're wanting to check the pulse of something, you don't have to look any farther than where the junior competition is in sport, and it is in a really healthy place. So that is definitely one takeaway that, I'm going to take home with me, just knowing that mountain biking's in good hands with, when you got events like the U.S. Pro Cup and the investment being made in sport here in North America. It starts with this series. Pretty impressed by all involved. It's been an honor to be a part of the first couple rounds. And I will say, but, when it comes to sport, the takeaway, yesterday's competition, it's that 17, 18-year-old race. I mean, when I look at that men's 17, 18-year-old race and what unfolded there and that, the effort being put in by that weed development rider and getting it done, battling it out at the front with, what worse. I mean, it was just a barrage of Bear national team that he was battling out with. And so I think that junior men's 17, 18-year-old race was pretty special. Obviously saw in our elite fields that, Haley Batten and Jen Jackson won for the ages. And then what Carter Woods and Chris Blevins did, same thing. And so, I don't know. It's hard to pick one specific moment, but, definitely great to see what a healthy spot that the sport of mountain biking is, and that the cream does rise to the top. But, really one takeaway is look at just how competitive all these races were. So even when you get to the pointiest of the pointy end of sport, there's several athletes out there able to find the top step on any given day.
Yeah, it was a great treat all weekend long. I'm always so impressed at every level just how hard these athletes can go for how long they go. To get that, to be able to see that in person like that, I think is the most impressive thing. And I've had the great opportunity to see long-form gravel races and things like that all together. And just to witness these athletes going that hard is always just so impressive. Knowing the training they're putting in, the time away from their families, the expense they have to go to get the right equipment, and all the training and hydration, nutrition is just so special. And to watch them come out here and duke it out for the title the way they did is just always a real treat.
Couldn't agree more. All right, we're back here, Jim. There you go. Look, they get a look at us for the first time this weekend. We're on the screen here, and we're kind of both looking at that. We got I know it's a face for radio, but welcome to all those tuning in here. And we're real people that have been on the mic for 3 straight days and almost close to 30 hours of coverage. And we just want to say special thanks to those tuning in here on Insider MTB all weekend long. And quick shout out to those that donated. We know that we asked folks that welcome to support, and want to say special thanks to Cheryl Crosby, Stacy Anders, Kim DeCold, Elvry Tate Hoskins, Jeff Lacido threw us a little money. Shout out to Jeff. Jason Maras, John Offner, Whitney Cotterman, Patrick Canep, Malaya Garrell, and Jacob Blanchard, all supporting today's live stream, or this weekend's live stream. So thank those at home for tuning in all weekend. Reminder that if you didn't catch we've been sitting here just talking about how great the racing was all weekend, and if you didn't catch the race action yourself, you weren't able to tune in live, maybe you were watching one of the other incredible things happening this weekend in the country. We had the splashdown of the Artemis 2 on Friday, just a few miles from here, and I know there's been some other great bike racing going on this weekend, but just want to say thanks to everybody tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, and a reminder that all these races are cataloged on the YouTube channel. If you didn't get to catch it live, you can go back and watch that race action. We've been talking about just how exciting it was and how memorable of a weekend it's been here racing in Southern California. And just, it's out there for you to go find and free, which is amazing. When you think about, You know, I'm a big fan of sport. You are too. I watch a lot of bike racing, and I typically have to pay for that, right? And so what I love about this Insider MTB and, you know, really the format of the Pro Cups, one, it's racing for everybody from the elite level to the amateur and the beginners. We've talked a lot about that, but also to be able to present this product and to showcase, you know, we've been talking about how good the racing is and just how healthy it is in the States. But, Jim, Insider MTB showing that to the world for free.
We didn't miss an inch of it. Their coverage was so great. The drones up all over this course, both on the elite days and here on the amateur days. So you got an opportunity to see it up close. Tell your family and friends if they weren't here to cheer at you. Get a chance to jump onto the YouTube page for InsiderMTB.com and catch all the action there. I was even looking last night. They broke out the individual elite races, so you can watch just the men, just the women, the short track and things like that, and get that real up-close view that these guys and gals were able to bring us. Really special and hard-working crew. I know they're dirty and dusty and tired just like the rest of us because they've been out rolling around on the ground and setting up the camera angles and piloting these drones all over this facility to be able to bring you that great coverage.
Yeah,
so, really special.
Takes a small village, and like you said, pretty special to you. First chance you've had to kind of had been on your bucket list to check the box to call this elite level racing, and so able to hop in here. Appreciate it. Obviously, you're you live here in Southern California, so you provide an insight that some of us don't have. You ride here at this venue. You're part of the ecosystem. You help put on those local bike races you mentioned earlier. Just how important it is to, if you want to, support the sport, well, just support your local bike race. That's a great place to start.
Come on out. They are in every community out there, and encourage everybody, whether you're a racer yourself or you just want to help grow the sport, get involved, do what you can. Plenty of opportunities for people to get involved at every level. And I would say, too, test yourself. See what you're all about. Pin on a number. Come join us. Quick and Dirty here in San Diego does a great job. But every local community, every major city, every minor city has grassroots racing to get involved in, and that's the early entry point into the sport. Certainly USA Cycling, want to promote them as well because they are the governing body of the sport here in the United States, and we need to support them as best we can because as we approach this Olympic year here in a couple of years, that's going to be where it comes from, and that's the support it's going to take to put our athletes on the podium there at the Olympics in a couple of years.
Yeah, and all eyes going to be on California as LA set to host that 2028 Olympics, and mountain biking going to be a key discipline. It's something I'm excited to see as we get into that Olympic qualification window here in just the next couple of months. Jim, sir, at this point, I know we got a podium coming up here in a little bit for those tuned in on the live stream. It's about 30 minutes away from that. I just want to say, man, it's been a pleasure. Great to get to know you and meet you and spend, 3 days in here with you. It's been a true pleasure, and well, I'll carry these memories with me forever. So, friend, I appreciate it. At this point, I'm going to sign off. I got a plane to catch. I'm going to fly home back to Arkansas and look forward to, something tells me our heads we'll bump them together once again sometime soon.
I can't wait, man. I learned a ton and had a great time doing it. It's been a real treat. I want to thank Ty and everybody for having us, and InsiderMTB.com for being able to bring this great coverage and this opportunity. So safe travels to you, man. We'll cross paths again down the road, I'm sure.
Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in to the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by our friends at Velocity Bike Park, all part of the USXC Open Series presented by Village Farms.